Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you in the Youth 20 Summit 2023, organized by Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, here in holy city of Varanasi, one of the ancient cities of India. We are deeply honored to have with us Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Thakur ji. It's our proud privilege to have Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji. We also welcome Shri Singh ji, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome Shri A.K. Sharma, Honorable Minister of Energy and Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome Shri Anil Rajbhar ji, Honorable Minister of Labour, Employment and Co-ordination, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We have with us Shri Ravindra Jaiswal ji, Honorable Minister of Stamp, Court Fee and Registration, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome Shri Girish Chandra Yadav ji, Honorable Minister of State, Youth and Sports, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We have with us respected Ms. Meeta Rajivlochan ji, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, and Y20 Chair, respected Shri Anmol Sovit ji. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a hearty welcome to youth delegates from G20 countries, invited countries, representatives of international organizations, members of Y20 Secretariat, senior officials from the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, officials from the State Government of Uttar Pradesh, and all those who are joined via live streaming. We welcome you all in this special event, this special program. And may I request Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Thakur ji, and Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji, to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate today's session. And I would request other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join in. So much, respected dignitaries. And ladies and gentlemen, may I request Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Thakur ji, to kindly welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji, by presenting him a bouquet. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का हम बहुत स्वागत करते हैं. May I request Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of Uttar Pradesh, respected Shri Girish Chandra Yadav ji, to kindly welcome our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Thakur ji, by presenting him a bouquet. I request Y20 India Delegate Shakti Singh ji to kindly present a bouquet to Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Singh ji, and welcome him. I request Y20 India Delegate Kamal Madi Shetty ji to please come onto the stage and welcome Shri A.K. Sharma ji, Honorable Minister of Energy and Urban Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, by presenting him a bouquet. I request Y20 India delegate Falis Sejaria to please come onto the dais and felicitate Honorable Minister of Labour, Employment and Coordination, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Anil Rajbhar ji, by presenting him a bouquet. I request Y20 India delegate Divya Lakshmi to please come onto the stage and present a bouquet to Shri Ravindra Jaiswal ji, Honorable Minister of Stamp, Court Fee and Registration, Government of Uttar Pradesh. I request Y20 India delegate Niveda Kartipan to please come onto the stage and welcome Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Girish Chandra Yadav ji, by presenting him a bouquet. I now request Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, respected Shri Pankaj Singh ji, to please come onto the dais and present a bouquet to Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, respected Ms. Meeta Rajivlochan ji. I request Pankaj Singh ji to please present a bouquet to Y20 Chair, respected Shri Anmol Sovit ji. Thank you, Shri Pankaj Singh ji. Ladies and gentlemen, Varanasi is a holy city. It's a city of salvation, city of temples, ghats, festivals, and rituals. We now bring you a short video on spiritual city of Varanasi.
When you are in Banaras, start your day with Subah Banaras of the bustle. Seek the sermons of Buddha as you go. When you are in Banaras, start your day with Subah Banaras. As you soak in the blissful 4 AM sunrise at the Asi Ghat, begin your pursuit of liberation at the Shri Kashi Vishwanath Temple. Walk into the serene and lose yourself in the beauty of the divine. Transcend through the colorful lanes. Experience the calmness of the bustle. Seek the sermons of Buddha as you go. Dhamik Stupa is the place to be. As the day comes to an end, witness the Ganga Aarti. Rooted deep into our traditions, yet brimming with modernity. Enlighten your mind in the world's oldest city, Varanasi.
Organizing number of events since India assumed the G20 presidency on 1st of December 2022. The theme for G20 presidency of India is One Earth, One Family, One Future. Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India proudly organized Y20 curtain raiser in New Delhi. Then we had inception meeting of U20 in Guwahati, Assam. After that, we organized U20 pre-summit at Leh, Ladakh. Simultaneously, we had Y20 consultations at various universities across the country, and nearly 50 brainstorming sessions by CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industry, and RIS, that is Research and Information System for Developing Countries. And now we have gathered here in Varanasi for U20 Summit, started yesterday, that was 17th of August till 20th of August 2023. And now we present a short video on the journey of U20 India.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी।
Y20 is a brilliant way to amplify the voices of young people. The world will be listening to you very carefully. You have a seat at the table and you are being heard. I firmly believe you are trustees of the future who will uphold peace and ensure gender equality, mitigate climate change and spread intercultural diversity, innovate with passion and heal as you grow. You are the agents of change.
Glimpse of journey of U20 India so far. May I now request Y20 Chair, respected Shri Anmol Sovit ji, for the welcome remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. Most respected motherland, respected Honorable Chief Minister Uttar Pradesh, India, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, respected Minister Youth Affairs, India, Honorable Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji, and respected dignitaries on dais and my dear friends from globe. Being Y20 chairperson, I would like to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the final summit of Y20 India. Friends, the journey started with India's presidency, the curtain raiser event of Y20 India on 6th January 2023. And after 7 months and 11 days, today, 18th August 2023, with over 1,500 youth consultations and outreach events, the Y20 India robust efforts have been driven meaningful youth engagements across diverse educational institutions, sparking conversation and solution for sustainable development. Discussion spanned from students to young professionals addressing critical challenges in industries, education, healthcare, governance, and international cooperation. Y20 India emphasizes on both demographic power and democratic principles, position it as a model for fostering meaningful and youth engagement and international collaboration in addressing the world's most pressing issues. Friends, the Y20 initiative stood as a light of youth empowerment, offering a strong platform for young minds to articulate their perspectives and innovative ideas, directly influencing G20 priorities. The symbolism embedded within the Y20 logo resonates deeply with its mission. The vibrant orange signifies courage. The serene blue signifies wisdom. The hopeful turquoise represents cheerful and aspiration. The flower lotus spikes represents the collective energy and dynamic essence of youth, the youth from 20 countries. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, and with the guidance of our Honorable Minister Youth Affairs Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji, we, the Y20 India, we will share our experience, learnings, and models as possible templates for others. Friends, the youth involvement in decision-making process, diplomacy and policy discussions aligned with SDG, principles of inclusivity, equality, and responsibility consumption, collaboration and partnership fostered by Y20 India, mirrored SDG calls for global cooperation, knowledge sharing, and sustainable development. Friends, Swami Vivekanand visionary perspective on youth roles in shaping a nation's destiny resonate with Y20 India commitment to empower youth as leaders, innovators, and change agents. Embracing the spirit of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Y20 envisions a world where every individual, regardless of borders, backgrounds, or circumstances, flourishing in happiness, enjoy vibrant health. Drawing inspiration from India's enduring wisdom, Y20 India strives to follow the same path, uniting global youth in the pursuit of a future where well-being, harmony, and shared prosperity prevail. The Mahabharata sage, Karmane va dhikaraste ma phalesu kadachan. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruit of your action. You are not entitled to the fruit of your action, friends, but you have a right to perform your duties. The teaching resonates deeply with Y20 India's dedication to sustainable development. As young leaders, our actions are driven not merely by personal gains, but by a collective responsibility for the well-being of our society and the world. By channelizing our efforts in the task at hand, by attachment to immediate outcomes, we saw the seeds of a brighter future. In our culture, in the values of India, we say, where women are honored, there the gods are pleased. Y20 commitment to gender equality and inclusivity finds resonance in these words. I would repeat, friends, the Y20 commitment to gender equality and inclusivity finds resonance in these words. Our discussions, decisions, and action must reflect a society where every single voice is heard. Every single voice is heard. Our discussions, decisions, and action must reflect a society where every single voice is heard. Where every perspective valued. By unholding the dignity and rights of all, we create a foundation for sustainable development that leaves no one behind. Friends, we the youth, we are the catalyst. We play a very important role in every change. We accept the change, we resist when it is wrong. But without us, I am confident that there is no change that will happen. So it's our duty and it's a responsibility on our shoulder that we need to accept what is right. We need to resist what is wrong. We, the youth, need to stand strong for our Mother Earth, for our one family, for our one future. And I'm hopeful we will. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Anmol Sovit, Y20 Chair, for your opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, respected Ms. Meeta Rajivlochan for the address.
Honorable Chief Minister UP, Yogi Adityanath ji, Honorable Union Minister Anurag Singh Thakur ji, dignitaries on the dais, delegates, friends. Friends, it has been the privilege of the Department of Youth Affairs to have had a role in helping to organize consultations in universities, knowledge institutions, business institutions, pan-India in the past few months. Before each of these consultations, extended discussions were also held in schools, in colleges, in a variety of different institutions on the key themes that have been chosen by the Y20 engagement group. The numbers of people who participated in these discussions runs into millions. And what was really wonderful for all of us to see was the distinct sense of energy, the enthusiasm that we saw in these youth. There was a distinct sense that they are the agents of change, that they have the ability to shape the future. They are not merely passive recipients of knowledge. Many of them are leaders in their own field. And today, when we look around us, in India, in the world, we see that young people are leading from the front, whether it be business, whether it be politics, whether it be research, academia, arts, sports, and so on. So this is a very, very wonderful phenomenon. The Department of Youth Affairs works to facilitate the generation of an ecosystem that nurtures the young and that enables them to enhance their potential. An ecosystem where no young person is left behind. The Y20 engagement group has been a very important part of all these efforts. It is these consultations that have helped shape the paper that would be discussed tomorrow and which would be finalized. Some of the key themes that kept on recurring in these discussions, one theme that recurred was the need to mentor youth, the need to set up an ecosystem which provides them the kind of support that they need. Another theme that kept on recurring, apart from all the others, was concerns about how technology would shape the future of work. Many of these themes would figure in the technical sessions that have been organized by the Youth 20 engagement group today. I do hope that all of you would benefit from and that you would find these discussions very, very interesting. Friends, the city of Varanasi provides a beautiful setting for the finale of the Y20 engagement group. It is one of the most beautiful and holiest cities in this country, and we are extremely grateful to the hospitality and graciousness shown by the government of UP in helping the department, the Youth 20 engagement group, to organize these discussions. We feel that all those, the millions of young people who not just in the group, but in the consultations who participated in it, have found it a very, very enriching experience and a very, very serious learning experience, and that it would have a great impact on their minds, on their abilities to shape the future. Through the Youth 20 Forum, all the countries have brought their ideas, their experiences. India has a lot to share. We brought our ideas and experiences, and we do hope that all of these will go forth to shape a really wonderful paper which would be key for all policy to be followed by the G20 countries. So I trust that all of you enjoy the discussions, that you soak in the ambience of the city of Varanasi, and that you find it very, very fruitful, engaging, and interesting. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Ms. Meeta Rajivlochan ji, Secretary, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my proud privilege to invite and request Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. Sir, please address us. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, respected Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, Honorable Ministers, respected Sudhantra Dev ji, respected Anil Rajbhar ji, respected A.K. Sharma ji, respected Ravindra Jaiswal ji, respected Shri Girish Yadav ji, Secretary Youth Affairs Meeta Rajivlochan ji, Y20 Chair Shri Anmol Sovit ji, Y20 delegates from various countries and the members of the Y20 Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, a very good morning to all of you. Let me first welcome all the Y20 delegates from India and abroad who have come all the way to this, one of the oldest city in the world and the holy city of Varanasi. I welcome you all, and also the man who is known for his commitment, for his dynamism, and the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, on this Y20 summit. It is a pleasure to be here amongst you all today to address at the inaugural session of the Y20 summit at Varanasi. Today we all have gathered here at this distinguished gathering of the global leaders, the Y20 Summit 2023. As India celebrates the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year of independence, we also have the privilege to host the G20 summit. The G20 represents a forum for the world's major economies to come together and address the most pressing challenges that we are facing in our interconnected world. India, which is known for its rich culture, history, art, assumed the responsibility of hosting this prestigious event, and as the host of G20, India has an essential role in shaping the discussions and fostering collaboration among the member countries. This not only comes with great opportunities, but also with significant responsibilities, as the decision taken at this summit can impact lives of billions of people around the globe. Y20 summit at Varanasi, where you are present today. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is the elected representative, second time in a row from here. With a full majority, he is leading the country. And we have seen India in last 9 years going from 10th largest economy in the world. But when he took over, it was among the fragile 5 economies in the world to the first 5 economies of the world. So recently, during his Independence Day speech from the Red Fort addressing the nation on 15th August, he talked about Amrit Kal, golden age, and the next 1,000 years of India's growth. The decision what we're going to take today, how it is going to impact the next 1,000 years in India. Not only in India, once it's going to, any decision which is going to impact India will impact the world as well. And today, we all have gathered here in Varanasi. As I said, Varanasi is one of the oldest living cities, or I could say the continuously inhabited cities in the entire world. Varanasi, in a nutshell, symbolizes the past thousands years of Indian civilization and the next 1,000 years of Indian civilization. It was a major center of trade, commerce, and education in the ancient and medieval India. Varanasi has a rich and diverse cultural heritage, influenced by various dynasties, empires, and religions that ruled and visited the city. It is a city of learning, literature, art, and music, especially the Hindustani classical music, the Indian classical music of the Banaras Gharana. It is also famous for its temples, ghats, festivals, and rituals that attract millions of tourists from across the world every year. Some of the notable landmarks being the Kashi Vishwanath Temple and the Ramnagar Fort and the Sarnath Museum, which you all visited yesterday. Varanasi is renowned for its silk weaving, pottery, metalwork, and wood carving industries which produce exquisite handicrafts and the souvenirs. It is fitting in a way to have the Y20 final summit at this divine and historic city, which date back centuries as we talk about the issues and the challenges faced by the youth and how can we propose solutions to them which are effective for the years to come. The Y20 brings together young people from diverse nations, each facing unique economic, social, and environmental problems or challenges. The challenges that are not limited to a single country or region, they are shared by all of humanity. The Y20 Summit provides a platform for these young people to work together, find common ground, and devise collective solutions to tackle these global challenges. As we gather here today, we must recognize the unprecedented challenges the world is facing. From climate change and environmental degradation to the ongoing health and economic impacts, the urgency to act is more apparent than ever before. By 2030, the youth will dominate the global demographic with a considerable portion hailing from South Asia. With them lies the collective responsibility to influence global narratives and collaborative efforts, especially in addressing the paramount sustainable development goals like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being. As we set our sights on future with an ever-changing landscape and the ever-evolving aspirations of the youth, it becomes crucial for the youth to adopt a flexible and forward-looking stance. Embracing innovation, proactively addressing the current needs of our youth are key priorities to ensure their successful journey into an unprecedented future. By embracing innovation and fostering skills that align with the demands of the ever-evolving world, we ensure that our youth are not only prepared for the challenges ahead, but are also the driving force behind a thriving and prosperous tomorrow, not just for India, but for the broader global canvas. Today, India not only stands tall in the global arena, but also holds the revered presidency at the G20, a distinguished platform instrumental in molding the global economic narrative. Underpinning our G20 presidency in a philosophy of our rich tapestry of values, Vasudev Kutumbakam, which resonates with the ethos that the world is a singular family. This profound sentiment encapsulates our guiding philosophy, one earth, one family, and one future. To achieve this common goal, Y20 India identified key 5 areas, and these key 5 themes that guided the discussions and will help shape future actions. These themes represent the core areas where the young generation seeks to make a lasting impact. Since the onset of 2023, Y20 India has orchestrated an impressive 1,500 plus engagements spanning pivotal themes like the future of work, climate adaptation, peace building, democratic participation, and holistic well-being. These sessions weren't mere dialogues. They covered innovative subjects and concepts from sustainable fashion shows to in-depth discourses on the existential threat of artificial intelligence. I encourage you to explore the white paper, which provides comprehensive details on each of these themes. You can find the white paper at the official website of the Y20 India. Respected Yogi ji, I would like to highlight here that I don't think in the previous Y20 conferences or summits, any country has taken it to the schools and colleges, where in India we have covered the length and breadth of the country, reached out to hundreds of schools and colleges across the country, and millions of Indians have participated, talking on these themes, giving their ideas. And there has been a comprehensive approach on this, that this is not merely for just a handful of people, but we have taken it to the grassroots level so that millions of Indian youth is involved in giving their views and ideas for the G20, these 5 key areas. At this juncture, we must reaffirm our commitment to the international cooperation, solidarity, sustainable development. By collaborating across borders, we can enhance global economic stability, alleviate poverty, and promote inclusive growth. It is vital that we create an enabling environment for innovation and entrepreneurship to drive job creation and prosperity in all corners of the world. We can't ignore the pressing issue of climate change. My state and some other states are facing that. And in many parts of the world, we have seen the natural calamity, the disaster which is happening, taking away millions of lives and livelihoods. So India's leadership in this area can set an example for the rest of the world. Programs like National Solar Mission, National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, National Water Mission, so on. There are so many programs what we are running can help in achieving this common goal. India can conceptualize and launch the International Solar Alliance to mobilize efforts to combat climate change through deployment of solar energy solutions. We must collectively strive to accelerate the transition to clean and renewable energy sources, reduce carbon emissions, and protect biodiversity. In the spirit and phenomenal momentum for sustainable development, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji previously introduced Mission Life at the 26th UN Climate Summit in Glasgow. This visionary initiative encapsulates an eco-conscious life journey encompassing demand dynamics, supply chains, and ultimately public policy frameworks. The success of Mission Life hinges on the drive, dedication, determination, and duty of the youth from all over the world. Friends, together we will pave the way towards a greener and more sustainable future, not only for India, but also for the entire world. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of global health security and the need to strengthen our healthcare systems. India has shown tremendous resilience during the pandemic and can offer valuable insights into crisis management and preparedness. We must unite to ensure equitable access to vaccines, treatments, and healthcare resources, leaving no one behind. And you might have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, where big countries have shied away from their responsibilities, India came forward. We have not only given the slogan of Vasudev Kutumbakam, but we have lived up to the expectations and provided the medicines and vaccine to 157 countries across the world during the COVID-19 pandemic. So together we can achieve much more, we can save more lives, we can share our expertise. And another crucial aspect of this summit is of fostering dialogue and understanding the viewpoint of youth. We came from diverse backgrounds, culture and perspectives, but it is through open and respectful dialogue that we can find common ground and bridge our differences. India's reputation as a nation of diplomacy and diverse culture can further promote meaningful conversations during the summit. This year has been marked by several significant events that have led us to this momentous occasion. Inception meeting of the Y20 held in the vibrant state of Assam brought together exceptional individuals to lay the groundwork for Y20 India. During this meeting, Y20 India introduced the 5 central themes to guide our discussions and shape our future actions. These themes embody the core areas where the young generations aim to make a lasting impact. Students from more than 4,000 schools and colleges participated in the run-up events to Y20 Inception meeting in Guwahati. When I'm talking about the 4,000 schools and colleges, I'm not talking about the country, I'm talking about one state of Assam. And you can well understand when I'm talking about the 36 states and union territories of India, how many schools and colleges have participated in the Y20, such deliberation discussions across the country. So the Inception meeting in Assam set the stage for the impactful discussions during the Y20 India, and the widespread participation shown the world the enthusiasm, commitment of our youth to create the positive change. Students from more than 832 schools and colleges participated in the run-up events to Y20 pre-summit in Leh and Ladakh. योगी जी, हालांकि जब हम लद्दाख में समिट करने गए तो कुछ पड़ोसी देश वालों ने इतना हल्ला मचाया दुनिया भर में कि लेह लद्दाख में और कश्मीर में ये समिट ना हो, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहता हूं उन्होंने रुकवाने का प्रयास किया तो उतनी ही सफल लेह लद्दाख में हमारी Y20 की समिट हो पाई। ये उभरते भारत की, मैं युवा साथियों से कहना चाहता हूं, ये उभरते भारत की, ये नए भारत की तस्वीर देखने को मिलती है, उस भारत की जिसकी तस्वीर और तकदीर नरेंद्र मोदी जी बदल रहे हैं। और ये बात मैं वाराणसी में इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि भारत को अगर प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में एक बार नहीं 2 बार किसी ने एक ऐसे एमपी को चुनकर भेजा जिसने देश को दुनिया के सबसे अग्रणी देशों में लाकर खड़ा कर दिया है। और ये बात मैं आज यहां पर युवाओं के बीच में इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा शक्ति हमारे भारत में है और ये युवा शक्ति हमारी राष्ट्र शक्ति है और ये युवा शक्ति ही भारत को दुनिया के सबसे पहले 3 देशों में लाकर खड़ा कर देगी। सो मैंने लद्दाख से शुरू किया था, मैं वाराणसी पे फिर वापस आ जाता हूं थोड़ा सा। सो दिस Y20 pre-summit which took place in the Leh, Ladakh offered a platform for discussion, negotiations and deliberations. And I could see the smile on the faces of our Y20 delegates who have represented their countries there. What a brilliant ideas they come up with. The discussions which took place in Ladakh. You know, my 15 years in the parliament, we see a lot of healthy discussion in the parliament in the committee meetings. But I can proudly say the level of discussions, deliberations, and how to take decisions, we should also learn from these young delegates from the Y20 countries. Thank you so much for that. And I'm looking forward for the next 2 days. Today, tomorrow, and day after, I'm sure we're going to have a very healthy discussion with the final communique, whatever we're going to get. So in addition to that, I won't take long on reporting because it is the job of Anmol to talk about what happened in India. But all I want to say is 14 Y20 consultations were held in cities like Raipur, Vadodara, Chandigarh, Pune, Amritsar, Lucknow, Kanpur, Bhubaneswar, Jammu, Imphal, Rishikesh, Srinagar, Amarkantak and Bangalore, and various universities where enthusiastic young people shared their thought, insight and aspiration for a better world. Their commitment and excitement has guided us through this process and were instrumental in creating the Y20 communique. We gather here today with a sense of purpose and resolve, a communique on Y20 showcasing the substance of our common vision. Across 5 identified themes will be created from the conclusions of discussion over the coming few days. As we deliberate and negotiate over the next few days, let us remember the responsibility we carry as the representative of our nation and the global community. Let us embrace empathy and cooperation as we seek to find solution to the most complex problem of our time. In conclusion, I would also like to say that I have faith in the collective wisdom and determination of the G20 nations, with India at helm, to steer the world towards a bright future. Let us stand united and make decisions that will positively impact not just our nations, but the entire world. Together, we can build a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous planet for generations to come. Let me close by making remarks by quoting the eternal youth icon of this nation. Any guess? Swami Vivekananda, who had famously said, "Take up one idea, make that one idea your life, think of it, dream of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, muscles, nerves, every part of your body be full of that idea, and just leave every other idea alone. This is the way to success." In the end, wishing you all a very successful future, career. We would like to see all of you in great position in the coming years. And hopefully you're going to have a memorable trip to Varanasi and to India. The Honorable Chief Minister came here last night to make sure that the event start well in time. That shows his commitment towards the youth, towards the city, towards the country. And providing the good governance and the development model for the largest populated, if you look at the population of Uttar Pradesh, it is close to 250 million people living in the state of Uttar Pradesh, in one state of Uttar Pradesh. And he is known for his good governance and development model. Wishing him good luck and his team good luck. And I would like to thank him and his entire team of cabinet ministers who are present here and senior officials. I once again thank one and all present here and wish for a successful summit and a great stay in the heavenly land of Varanasi. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your address, for your kind and motivating words. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. ये हमारे लिए हर्ष और गर्व का अवसर है कि उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का सानिध्य, उनका आशीर्वाद हमें प्राप्त हुआ है. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to have the gracious presence of Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji. हम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध करेंगे, कृपया अपने आशीर्वचनों से हमें अनुग्रहित करने की कृपा करें.
Y20 के आज के इस सम्मेलन में जिनके नेतृत्व में दुनिया के यूथ डेलीगेट्स यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं, सूचना और प्रसारण तथा खेल एवं युवा कल्याण मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री श्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में कैबिनेट के मेरे सहयोगी गण श्री स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, अरविंद कुमार शर्मा जी, अनिल राजभर जी, रविंद्र जायसवाल जी, गिरीश चंद यादव जी, Y20 समिट के चेयर श्री अनमोल सोवित जी, सचिव युवा कार्यक्रम विभाग कार्यक्रम मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्रीमती मीता राजीवलोचन जी, G20 और अन्य सहयोगी देशों के सभी प्रतिनिधिगण और देश भर से आए हुए हमारे सभी युवा साथियों, देश के सबसे प्राचीन आध्यात्मिक नगरी में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से मैं केंद्रीय मंत्री माननीय श्री अनुराग सिंह ठाकुर जी का और आप सबका हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं आभारी हूं देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री और वाराणसी के लोकप्रिय सांसद आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, जिन्होंने G20 से संबंधित कई समिट के आयोजन का अवसर उत्तर प्रदेश को दिया और उसमें Y20 का यह मुख्य समिट वाराणसी में आयोजित हो रहा है। मैं इसके लिए उनका उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम सब जानते हैं कि वाराणसी बाबा विश्वनाथ का पावन धाम है। प्राचीन काल से ही धर्म और अध्यात्म की नगरी होने के साथ ही भारत की अध्यात्म, दर्शन, शिक्षा, साहित्य और कला की भूमि के रूप में भी यह प्राचीन नगरी जानी जाती रही है। यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि वाराणसी उत्तर प्रदेश के एक प्रमुख महानगरी होने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त करती है। इसने न केवल उत्तर प्रदेश की सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक परंपरा को, बल्कि कला, संगीत और शिक्षा की एक प्रमुख नगरी के रूप में भी वाराणसी और उत्तर प्रदेश के अन्य अनेक नगरों को यह सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है कि वह भारत की हृदय स्थल के रूप में अपनी एक पहचान बनाने में सफल हुए हैं। वाराणसी हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण इसलिए भी है कि भगवान बुद्ध ने अपना पहला उपदेश इसी नगरी के सारनाथ में दिया था, जो आज भी दुनिया के बौद्ध अनुयायियों के लिए अत्यंत ही पवित्र और आकर्षण का केंद्र बना हुआ है। युवा साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं कि अपनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता और एकता के कारण भारत दुनिया के अंदर दुनिया के नागरिकों के लिए आकर्षण का एक केंद्र है। लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं पर विश्वास करते हुए भारत के अंदर 140 करोड़ की आबादी जिस भाव और भंगिमा के साथ भारत की एकता और भारत की अखंडता के लिए अपने यशस्वी नेतृत्व में कार्य कर रहा है, वह भारत को दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी के रूप में भी प्रस्तुत करती है। डेमोग्राफी, डेमोक्रेसी और डाइवर्सिटी की यह त्रिवेणी हमें विशिष्ट बनाती है। नित्य नूतन चिर पुरातन संस्कृति की सुदृढ़ नींव पर हमारा देश अपनी स्वतंत्रता के 75 वर्ष पूरा करते हुए अमृत काल के प्रथम वर्ष में G20 के इस प्रतिष्ठित आयोजन की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है। हर भारतवासी न केवल इन आयोजनों के प्रति लालायित है, बल्कि अपने आप को वैश्विक मंच पर एक उभरते हुए भारत के रूप में प्रस्तुत करने में गौरवान्वित भी महसूस करता है। G20 की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, यह वास्तव में भारत की प्राचीन उस व्यवस्था को प्रस्तुत करता है जिसने हजारों वर्ष पहले दुनिया को वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का एक संदेश दिया था। यानी पूरी दुनिया एक परिवार है, एक परिवार के रूप में पूरी दुनिया को मानने वाली उस व्यवस्था को, जिसका वास्तव में अर्थ क्या कि यह मेरा, यह तेरा, यह विचार संकुचित सोच के लोगों का है। उच्च चरित्र वाले लोग समस्त संसार को ही परिवार मानते हैं। हमें गर्व है, भारत ने सदैव से ही इन उदार भावनाओं का प्रतिनिधित्व किया है और G20 का यह समिट इस बात का उदाहरण भी है। हमारे युवा आने वाले समय के नीति नियंता हैं और इसीलिए विश्व मानवता के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए वर्तमान में किए जा रहे विमर्श में उनकी भागीदारी अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। G20 के अंदर Y20 का आयोजन वास्तव में इस पूरे आयोजन की प्रासंगिकता को भी आगे बढ़ाता है। यह सम्मेलन इस वैचारिक यात्रा की परिणति का प्रतीक है, जो दुनिया के सभी कोनों से आए हुए युवाओं के सामूहिक प्रयास से कई माह पूर्व प्रारंभ की गई। और यह पहली बार नहीं हुआ है। मुझे जब मैं अपने युवा साथियों के बारे में सोचता हूं और जब मुझे कहीं से लगता है कि लोग हमारे युवाओं के इस पोटेंशियल पर, उनकी प्रतिभा पर प्रश्न खड़ा करने का प्रयास करते हैं, तो मुझे स्वयं उस समय दुख होता है। दुख इस बात को लेकर के होता है कि कौन सा ऐसा कालखंड नहीं था जब युवाओं ने अपनी प्रतिभा और अपनी ऊर्जा से समाज को एक नई दिशा न दी हो। युवा साथियों, आप प्राचीन काल से ही भारत की व्यवस्था को देखें या दुनिया के अंदर भी युवाओं ने अपने समय में जो कार्य किए, उसमें जब हम लोग युवा शक्ति की बात करते हैं तो हमें मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम प्रभु श्री राम भी याद आते हैं, जिन्होंने कहा था, जब उन्होंने एक संकल्प दिया था, निस्सरहीन करो मही भुज उठाए प्रण कीन। यह प्रभु राम का वह आह्वान है जो भारत की धरती से राक्षसी वृत्ति को, नेगेटिव पावर्स को पूरी तरह समाप्त करने का आह्वान उन्होंने किया था। तब प्रभु राम युवा ही थे। याद करना, मथुरा को कंस के अत्याचारों से मुक्त करने वाले, उनके राक्षसों के अत्याचार से मुक्त करने वाले, परित्राणाय साधुनाम विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम का आह्वान करने वाले श्री कृष्ण भी युवा ही थे। दुनिया को निर्वाण का संदेश देने वाले महात्मा बुद्ध ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के बाद पहला उपदेश इसी वाराणसी में देते हैं, सारनाथ में, और तब वे युवा ही थे। भारत के अंदर 4 कोनों में 4 पीठों की स्थापना करने वाले और भारत की सांस्कृतिक एकता को मजबूती प्रदान करने वाले आदि शंकर मात्र 32 वर्ष की आयु ही जिए थे। स्वामी विवेकानंद ने वैश्विक मंच पर भारत की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़ाने का कार्य किया और मात्र 39 वर्ष का जीवन जिया था। स्वामी प्रणवानंद जी ने मात्र 42 वर्ष का जीवन जिया था। 1.25 लाख से एक लड़ाओ तो गोविंद सिंह, इसका उद्घोष करने वाले गुरु गोविंद सिंह हो, महाराणा प्रताप हो, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो, ये सभी युवा ही थे। सिंहासन हिल उठे, राजवंशों ने भ्रिकुटी तानी थी, बूढ़े भारत में आई फिर से नई जवानी थी। खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वह तो, यह कहने वाली महारानी लक्ष्मीबाई इसी काशी में जन्मी थी और मात्र 23 वर्ष की उम्र में उन्होंने झांसी की आजादी के लिए युद्ध लड़ा था। तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा। इसका उद्घोष करने वाले नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस भी युवा ही थे। भारत की आजादी के लिए क्रांति दूत बनकर के जिन अमर बलिदानियों ने अपने आप को बलिदान किया, चंद्रशेखर आजाद, सुखदेव, राजगुरु, अस्फाउल्लाह खां, पंडित राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल, ठाकुर रोशन सिंह, ये जितने भी क्रांतिकारी थे, ये सभी युवा ही थे। विनायक दामोदर सावरकर मात्र 28 वर्ष की उम्र में उन्हें 2 आजन्म कारावास की सजा हुई थी। 28 वर्ष की उम्र, वे युवा ही थे। और महाभारत का वह दृश्य जिसमें 16 वर्ष का अभिमन्यु चक्र व्यूह को बेचता हुआ कौरवों के छक्के छुड़ाता है, वह युवा ही थे। फ्रांस के लुइस ब्रेल ने मात्र 15 वर्ष की आयु में दृष्टिविहीनों के लिए लिपि की खोज की थी। 15 वर्ष की आयु क्या होती है? और कहते हैं सापेक्षता का सिद्धांत देने वाले आइंस्टीन की आयु उस समय जब उन्होंने यह सिद्धांत दिया था मात्र 16 वर्ष की थी। और यह भी कहा जाता है कि गुरुत्वाकर्षण का सिद्धांत देने वाले न्यूटन की उम्र उस समय मात्र 23 वर्ष की थी। जब यहां पर युवाओं की इस प्रतिभा के बारे में भारत सरकार की युवा कल्याण मंत्रालय की सचिव उस थीम के बारे में बता रही थी और अनुराग जी ने इस बारे में विस्तार से हम सबके सामने बात रखी, तो मुझे लगा कि वास्तव में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने तो आने के बाद भारत के युवाओं के इस प्रतिभा और इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उन्हें एक मंच दिया। स्टार्टअप इंडिया का, स्टैंड अप इंडिया का और अटल इनोवेशन मिशन का, अनेक ऐसे कार्यक्रम जो भारत के युवाओं को इनोवेशन और रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक नए अवसर प्रदान करते हैं, एक नए भारत का दर्शन करा रहे हैं। भारत वैश्विक स्तर पर आज G20 के समूहों की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है, लेकिन प्राचीन काल से ही भारत ने इस क्षेत्र में सदैव विश्व मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया है। और आज जब G20 के इस समिट में Y20 का यह समिट वाराणसी में आयोजित हो रहा है, जो 5 थीम इस अवसर पर दुनिया भर से आए हुए युवा प्रतिनिधियों ने तय किए हैं, ये वास्तव में दुनिया को वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के संदेश के साथ जोड़ते हुए जो एक संदेश है दुनिया के सामने, उस संदेश को जोड़ने का, उस संदेश के साथ उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने का और मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करने का होगा। G20 के इस समिट में Y20 का यह समिट, जिस व्हाइट पेपर को आप लोगों के द्वारा जारी किया जा रहा है, ये दुनिया के युवाओं को उनकी सकारात्मक ऊर्जा के साथ जोड़ते हुए उनकी प्रतिभा का उपयोग विश्व मानवता कर सके, क्योंकि हमारा आज का युवा वह केवल युवा नहीं है, वह आज का नेता है और कल का निर्माता भी है। उस युवा शक्ति को हम सब उसकी प्रतिभा का सम्मान करते हुए आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित कर सकेंगे। Y20 का यह समिट इस दिशा से अत्यंत फलदायी साबित होगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि वाराणसी और उत्तर प्रदेश का आपका प्रवास दुनिया भर के युवाओं के लिए एक नई प्रेरणा का संदेश देकर के जाएगा। इस विश्वास के साथ Y20 के इस समिट के प्रति मेरी मंगलमय शुभकामनाएं हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायक उद्बोधन के लिए। आपके संबोधन से, आपके शब्दों से युवाओं में हमेशा नई ऊर्जा का संचार होता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji, for his blessings, his enlightening words. And now for word of thanks, may I request Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh ji.
धन्यवाद. Namaste and a very good morning to all of you. Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, Honorable Chief Minister Uttar Pradesh, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Ms. Meeta Rajivlochan, Secretary Youth Affairs, Shri Anmol Sovit, Y20 Chair, delegates from different G20 countries who have traveled across the world, from G20 countries, guest countries, and international organizations, senior officers from the state government, young representatives from different schools and colleges, BHU, IIT BHU, members from the Y20 Secretariat, friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On this momentous occasion, as we conclude the inaugural ceremony, it is my privilege to extend heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who has graced us with your presence today. We are immensely honored to have the esteemed Chief Minister, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, amongst us today. Sir, your leadership, dedication and commitment to the welfare of the youth have been instrumental in shaping the future of Uttar Pradesh. We are grateful, sir, for your unwavering support and encouragement for initiatives that empower young minds and pave the way for their success. We are equally privileged to have the presence of the Honorable Union Minister, Shri Anurag Singh Thakur ji. Sir, your guidance and vision have been pivotal in promoting the spirit of youth and sports across the nation. Your unwavering support for the youth has been a beacon of inspiration, and we sincerely appreciate your presence at this momentous occasion today. Our heartfelt thanks go to all the honorable ministers for their presence here today, which is a testament to their commitment to nurturing young talent and providing them with the opportunity they deserve. We extend our sincere gratitude to Ms. Meeta Rajivlochan, Secretary Youth Affairs, for her invaluable support and guidance. We also like to express our deep appreciation to Shri Anmol Sovit, the Y20 Chair, for leading this summit with great dedication and passion. We would also like to extend our gratitude to all the individuals and organizations who have contributed to the success of this event. We would like to sincerely thank the BHU, the IIT BHU, for supporting the Y20 Summit through various events organized by them. The dedication and hard work of the officers of the local administration, led by Divisional Commissioner Shri Kaushal Raj Sharma, the District Magistrate Shri Rajalingam and his team, the Commissioner of Police Shri Muta Ashok Jain, and all officers of the Police Department, volunteers, EMC staff who have been instrumental in making this ceremony a resounding success. We are indebted to you for your tireless efforts and unwavering commitment. I would also like to thank Shri Swatantra Dev Singh ji, Honorable Minister Jal Shakti, Shri A.K. Sharma ji, Minister of Energy and Urban Development, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Anil Rajbhar ji, Honorable Minister Labour and Employment and Co-ordination, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Girish Yadav ji, Honorable Minister of State, Youth and Sports, Independent Charge, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ravindra Jaiswal ji, Honorable MYAS, Independent Charge, Stamp and Code Fee, Registration, Government of Uttar Pradesh. I thank all of them for their presence here today. Moreover, our heartfelt thanks go to the Y20 Secretariat and the team who is present here, who have supported this event throughout. Your belief in the potential of young people and to lead them and make a positive impact are deeply appreciated. Your contributions have enabled us to create a platform where young leaders can be heard and their ideas can be shared. Last but not least, we would like to thank each and every one of you present here in this auditorium today. Your presence here signifies your commitment to empowering youth and your belief in their ability to shape a better future. We are honored to have you as part of this inaugural ceremony. Your presence has made this event truly memorable and has set the stage for an inspiring and impactful Y20 summit. Thank you once again, and may we continue to work together towards a brighter future for the youth. Jai Hind.
Thank you, respected Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, for word of thanks. And ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please kindly rise for the national anthem.
गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
With this, we conclude our inaugural session of U20 Summit. We are grateful to all our dignitaries, our ministers, and all delegates. Okay. I've been told to request you all to please be seated. Please remain seated until our dignitaries exit the auditorium. Okay, sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it for the inaugural session, and now I request you all to please join for tea break. We have high tea now, and on the other side of the tea break, as you know, we have sessions lined up for you. So please do join us in the same hall. Thank you for now. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
When you are in Banaras, start your day with Subah Banaras. As you soak in the blissful 4 a.m. sunrise at the Asil Ghat, begin your pursuit of liberation at the Shri Kashi Vishwanath Temple. Walk into the serene and lose yourself in the beauty of the divine. Transcend through the colorful lanes. Experience the calmness of the bustle. Seek the sermons of Buddha as you go. Dhamik Stupa is the place to be. As the day comes to an end, witness the Ganga Aarti. Rooted deep into our traditions, yet brimming with modernity. Enlighten your mind in the world's oldest city, Varanasi.
Check one. I personally like Yantra a lot because in
Now alone you have to come here and then press this. Let's see if this is working. Oh, it's working. So what is the display? Now this Menti poll, people have to scan this code. The youngsters. Right. Yeah. They'll have to scan this and then answer questions live. Leave it now. So while it's there, people will get on. So leave this as an opening. Yes.
One. Check.
Hello, check, check.
All right, check 1, 2, test.
Hello, hello, check, check. Check, check.
All right, test 1, check.
Check, check, check.
Test 1.
Check, check, check. Hello. Hello, check.
Test 1, 2, check. Number 4 का गेन बढ़ाना थोड़ा और टेस्ट
Check, check.
Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, check.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. आया? ठीक है, great. Do you guys hear me right at the back? Just raise your hand if you can hear me at the back. Thank you. Okay. Vincent Pallet. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
He will take care.
Check, check, check. 1, 2.
Scan this, right? That is the screen coming with this. scan this, it's coming like this, sir. So you ask them to give a press. This thing there. Okay. So so everyone whoever's connecting there. That's it. So your charger is connected. Thank you. Great. Can you hear me? No, it's not on. On it. It's on. Yeah, it's not on. On.
मैं कर देता हूँ. Okay. Yes. I'll put the Menti thing. I'll put the Menti slide first. They might as well when they're settling in.
Maybe no, sir. Now they after scanning, they started doing something. Then that counts will increase.
Okay.
So you go with the flow, sir.
Okay.
Correct only.
Okay.
After this slide, you.
Hey, check, sound check. Hey, mic check, sound check. 1, 2. This is answer, right?
You're not the answer.
No, sir. No, sir.
There are two type things.
Yeah.
You look at how it looks.
1 minute. Rowan, can you scan this? Can you scan this? Scan this. இது அதுக்குள்ளே ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி ஆன்சர் போட ஆரம்பிச்சிட போகிறேன். 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Here it does not ask for answer.
Yes, no, maybe. I'll put the display cable out.
Sir, maybe 1 minute, sir. Maybe you can, Windows P you can press it. Windows P, how, sir?
How?
Black. 1 minute, yes. Windows P.
Escape first to get out.
1 minute, I want to know. Maybe 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sir, you can do this now, sir.
You don't do this, I put the backdrop.
Okay, I'll put the backdrop. Sir, recognize
I'm a professor in the Computer Science Department of IIT Bombay. And for the last 10 years, I've been running a project which is enabling a lot of young people to get very good jobs and to do startups. We've trained almost about 200,000 students over the last 10 years. And the effect of our training is that when they get placed in jobs, they get twice the package that other students get. They are encouraged to either join startups or do startups on their own, or they actually go for higher studies, adding a lot of value to themselves. And what we'll do is that in this short time that we have, we'll try and share with you the experience of 10 years and how on earth can we collaborate to make the world a better place. Because we feel that legacy processes, whether they are in countries or companies and so on, find it very difficult to change things because they are slow. But because of the internet and the kind of speed that you have with internet, you are only limited by your imagination as to what you can achieve in life. So generally, you are only limited in what you can achieve by your imagination. And Varanasi is a beautiful place to actually experience that. Yesterday we went to Sarnath, and look at the vision of young Gautam Buddha. He wanted something, he wanted enlightenment, and he chased after it with a determination, and at the end of the day, he actually got that. I think that's a tremendous message. So let's continue with our session today on the future of work, how it leads to a discussion of job creation and mentorship networks. And I have 5 very fine colleagues here with me who will bring this topic to life for you. Okay? So it matters to all of you. So this is a brief kind of outline of what we'll do. We'll start with a mentee poll at the beginning to get a sense of the house and get you engaged. I'll talk to you briefly about what future of work means to someone like ourselves. And then after painting a picture and telling you the challenges, I will share with you one particular domain, agriculture, and we have an expert here who will talk to us on that. And then I'll present this platform that we want to share with you that has the power to bring young people together to do really interesting things. It's a project called Y20. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then we have some stakeholders. We have a principal of a school, of a college, engineering college, a very distinguished one. We have a faculty member, and we have someone who's actually done a startup. And we hope to make this as interactive as we can. And we'll have a poll at the end also where we want your ideas, okay? And then we conclude. So these are the speakers, myself and Azhar Tambuwala, who is the co-founder of Sahyadri Farms, which is a very modern agricultural business based out of Nashik, which has 1,000 crore turnover, which is about $200 million. And they've done some really innovative things in the agricultural space, which has not changed for many, many decades in this country. Then we have Shubha Pandit, who's a principal of KJ Somaya College in Bombay, Rohan Vaidya, who's the assistant prof in a college, Paloti College of Engineering in Nagpur, and Muthu, who's the founder of a very high-tech robotics company. And I'll tell you why they are here with us today. But first to the mentee poll. I hope you've logged in. So this is the thing that you should scan. About 74 people have already logged in. That's fantastic. That means Wi-Fi works in this place, right? 74. If there are any others who log in, we'll see all their thumbs up, which are coming on here. And I'm going to ask you a number of questions. So if you haven't logged in already, please do. And do a thumbs up there, okay? Here we are. First question. How many jobs do you think that AI, artificial intelligence, can replace by mid-2030? You have some very bold ones here. Some people are saying 100 million. So this is a live poll which you guys are responding to right now. 200 million, 100 million, 25 million. Globally, 300 million. Some people are really doomsday sayers. They're saying 400 million. How many jobs? 58 responses. 61, 62, 64 responses. Fantastic. It's a lovely audience, very interactive. Okay, so the opinion seems to be divided as to how many jobs are going to disappear, right, because of AI and machine learning, and the fact that all the low-skill jobs are going to be challenged by automation. Okay, so there seems to be a predominant number who says 400 million, I wonder. Let's go on. What percentage of the workforce do you think is quitting due to lack of opportunities for career advancement? Stagnation and all that kind of stuff. 30%, 40%, 20%, 10%. Good. 40 responses, 46. 30% seems to be the response. We'll come to that a bit later. What percent of jobs do you think can be done remotely? We discovered this in COVID. Many people had to do remote jobs. So this just characterizes what the nature of work is going to become like. How many jobs do you think can be done remotely? Okay? Gosh, we have a work from home brigade here. All of you feel that you don't need to go to work. Right? 40% can be done remotely. Would you agree with that? Meeta ji? Okay. 91 responses, that's fantastic. And what percentage of Fortune 500 companies have mentoring programs? Because the topic is job creation and mentorship networks. So what percentage of Fortune 50 companies, the top companies in the world, believe that mentorship is important in the training of employees? Okay? Interesting, the responses. Wow, you responded very fast, wonderful. Okay, these are the numbers. And we'll go out from here back to the presentation. So how many jobs can AI replace by mid-2030? The response to that question is about 300 million, which was on the higher side, and many of you got that. And what percentage of the workforce is quitting due to lack of opportunities? You quite rightly said, you guys said 20-30%, but it's more 40%. What percentage of jobs can be done remotely? And what percentage have mentoring programs? This is it. 40%, you are quite right, of jobs can be done remotely. And these are all studies from Forbes.com and AI websites. I put the reference there. Right? So, and 100% of Fortune 50 companies have mentoring programs. It shows how important mentoring is. And these are all things that we have been doing with young people, and they've shown some fantastic results over the last decade that we've been engaging with young people. So the future of work is that low-skill jobs we know are going to get removed. Everybody's anticipated this, they've understood this. Manufacturing, software development, media, TV anchors and all that are being automated. But what I read in a recent McKinsey report is that they believe that high-skilled jobs are also going to get automated. Sales and marketing jobs, paralegal jobs, software jobs, educational jobs. In fact, I tell most of the faculty that because most of the training and teaching that happens in our higher education institutions and schools, unfortunately, is a lot of rote-based learning. And the first thing I tell the teachers is that prepare to be unemployed, because what you are doing in class, the students can well do it online with the Coursera and NPTEL and all these kind of courses. Why do they need to come to class? So that's where we also give them a solution, that a class should be a place that we solve real problems and use that as the basis for teaching. Okay. And so we've heard some other statistics. What percentages of jobs will be automated by 2030 in the US? Right? It turns out that it's almost 46% of jobs will be automated in the US. This is entrepreneur.com. Now you can argue about these things. These are predictions and educated guesses and so on. It could be higher than this, it can be less than this. Okay? So many of you have heard of ChatGPT and generative AI and all these kind of things, but it's quite interesting that these technologies are amazing, but they have limitations in the sense that I see it as a glorious search engine. Unlike Google, which throws up 70 different answers and you don't know which is the important one, in this case, the prompt that you give gives you the kind of answer that you deserve, right? So the new skill set that people are looking at is prompt engineering. How can I prompt ChatGPT to give me the answer that I want? And this is not something which is obvious. So it depends on your skill with asking the right questions that you get answers. And that's the important skill in life, isn't it? Asking the right questions in life is the important skill. Okay? And so we see that prompt engineering is also a skill in transition. Tomorrow, what I'll be able to do with AI is to give the AI a problem, and AI will solve the problem for me. It'll go slightly higher. And as a result, we need less skilled people can appear to be more skilled as a result of this robotic supersuit that they wear. Okay. And so where are future opportunities going to come from? Because all these jobs, low-skilled jobs, medium-skilled jobs, are going to get taken away by automation and technology. So if I was a young student at your age, how would I prepare myself for the future? How do I future-proof myself? I think that's what this discussion is all about. Okay. So I would not go running after the herd, because that means that there'll be much less opportunities. So our answer and our challenge to you is that conventional existing jobs will be threatened, but we can create new jobs. There are so many jobs, we are just limited by our imagination. Now the discussion here will be, where are these jobs? Where are these jobs that will keep me employed and useful in the future? Or you have to do something original, which does not exist before, right? So if you're a newspaper reporter, for instance, a journalist, you will be very easily taken over by AI, which can scan news and kind of report it and so on. But the journalists who will keep employed are the ones who discover new stories, who are on the field, who are discovering new stories. So think of any work that you do. If you create new knowledge in that work, you will be less easily taken out by AI. Okay. So what do we need? So we need more and more. The world has become a very small place. Opportunities might not be just here, they're all across the world. So we need a global perspective. Global perspective. We need to learn how to learn on our own. We need a technology which gives us an edge in the market. We need future skill sets which are extremely important, like the critical thinking, problem solving, design thinking, finance. Typically, they don't teach us these in schools. Critical thinking, interestingly, is systematically taught, but it's not fashionable for us to learn it because we don't like the humanities, we don't like history, we feel that we won't get a job after that. But what a training in history trains you in, interestingly, is critical thinking. What does a historian do when they are faced with evidence of various grades, right? Reliable, unreliable, visual, textual, and so on. They are taking all this data of various kinds and trying to understand what the truth is. What is an entrepreneur trying to do? They have a product and they're trying to find a market. So how do I find the market? All these kind of things. So this is what we need to do. We need to engage with life in a more entrepreneurial manner. We need to create new products and services. Okay. And we need to create startups. So the sign of a healthy response to life is creating startups and mentorship networks. And the pressing problems that we face are global in nature. So this is a message I wanted to bring to all of you today. Sustainability, global warming, and all these are not going to be solved by the large companies, right? Because there's a lot of legacy there, there's a lot of inertia there. But the people who can make a difference are the young people who can engage with all these problems and make disruption happen. Okay? So the pressing problems need collaboration between young people, which is what you are. And then we'll also explore what is the role of various institutions, government, industry, and so on. But more important, what can you as individuals do? You can do much more than what you think is possible. So where are these opportunities? They are in various areas. In India, for instance, in the small-scale manufacturing center. In tourism, for instance. India is a massive museum, if you like, of artifacts. Health. And most interestingly, agriculture. So this is where I'll invite a colleague of mine, Azhar Tambuwala, who's the co-founder of Sahyadri Farms in Nasik, which is a 1,000 crore business, a farmer-producer organization, which has been doing amazing stuff. They are the biggest exporter of grapes. So I'll invite him to share with us what he feels that we can do in the space of agriculture. So in summary, I'm saying that technology is making jobs redundant, many jobs redundant. We need to discover new jobs, and that's what startups do. So we want self-assured, intelligent young people with the empathy to solve societal problems and the curiosity to ask questions and the ability to solve them. So that's what we need. So we'll talk about agriculture now. Azhar, would you please join us on stage? I think the others can also position themselves here and it'll make it easier to flow. You can use this.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Kavi, for that wonderful start. I hope we've got our brains ticking here. And, yesterday I had an opportunity to interact with a lot of the youngsters here. And there was an age-old question which I often come across. I don't know whether you've heard of it, but it has been asked that what would an older man or what would man with the wisdom and knowledge at an older age do with a young body? And I think that answer, I got yesterday when I looked at all you people and interacted with you, understood how well you are positioned with all your roles in life and the difference you're going to make. And I think that is extremely daunting. You've got a great 2 days ahead of you tomorrow to actually form policies. And yet, when I interacted with you all, that question got answered and I got to feel that we are in safe hands. And having said that, I'm here to tell you about agriculture, which probably is a neglected field, which is not in your scope of things, because a lot of people look at fancy careers, which probably has a coffee machine and an air-conditioned desk for you to work out from. But I'm going to give you a little bit about an Indian agriculture situation. India is rather the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world. And, but however, the difference between farming in your countries that you come from and in India is that farming in your countries is done on a commercial basis, and farming in India is done for sustainable reasons. So the average farm holding of an Indian farmer is just about 2 to 4 acres of land. That's hardly 1.5 to 2 hectares. And 80% of Indian growers are marginal growers. Extreme low productivity is generational farming. They don't really understand technology. They do what their ancestors have been doing. The government has not really been active in that space, promoting schemes. We've got about 400 million growers in India, and everybody's just looking at working how the neighbors are doing it, or generationally, or the next village is working on. And the system isn't good. As you all very well know, climate change and natural calamities is something which a grower is always suspect of, and there are no insurance policies to do that. You guys were disturbed yesterday for a couple of hours when it rained, and we couldn't do anything about it. Now imagine a farmer who's going to toiling his land and is expecting his year's income from that little piece of land for a couple of acres, and a downpour of that sort completely messes it up. He is devastated for his entire year, So there's no protection or insurance policies against this thing. And then, of course, you have infrastructure. Just a statistic, about 40% of Indian produce. 40% of Indian agricultural produce is lost in the supply chain system. And this all just goes to waste. There's a tremendous scope. And why I am raising these points to you, to first make you aware of the challenges that there are. And when we talk of the future of work, how these things really are. And I always say that when there is a problem, when there is an issue, we don't need to run away from it, because that is where the opportunity lies. So where there's a problem, there's actually an opportunity. So when the Ubers and the Zomatos and the Swiggis of the world, how do they work? Because they didn't do anything different. They just saw a problem and they solved the problem. So you guys over here, I'm pointing out some problems to you in the Indian agriculture system, and a lot of these problems are common to the world. So you guys need to look at these. So we have this little bit in India and agriculture, and lack of leadership. Youngsters do not want to go back to farming. A lot of people want to move away. So we have a lot of migration from the rural to the urban. And this is where we are trying, and you can be 20 kilometers outside a city like Varanasi, and it will look completely different. So the rural of India and the urban of India, there's a huge gap, and the problem lies in migration, and we need to stop migration. We need to create rural opportunities, rural economic benefits, so that the youth stay there and look at agriculture as also a deserving profession and a fulfilling profession. So coming from there, I highlighted why a small grower who's actually worried, and in India we're doing sustainable farming, he's unable to take risks, he's not informed, he's got all these challenges, and hence, being too small and fragmented, he gets exploited at various levels, whether it's at the inputs levels, or when you look at the marketing level, or with the fact that you've got climate change and no insurance, and you've got so many other challenges. So he's actually at the receiving end of exploitation constantly. Now this is where in India, where the government came up with a scheme or with an organization which is called a farmer producer organization and an FPO. And an FPO is a collective. It is to be 100% owned by growers only. This ensures that no external entity actually comes in and creates any kind of disturbance. So it's a 100% farmer-owned company. The farmers are encouraged to become businessmen, so they go out and take challenges or take their destiny in their hands. And that is the idea of actually an FPO where they all can come together. Incidentally, our company is the largest FPO in the country today. We turned around about $150 million turnover. But as an example, this is that when a farmer can get together, when he puts his mind together, there are challenges he can manage.
To go to key slide.
Which one?
Key slide.
All right, okay. So the future of work. Now I'm just trying to give you a world scenario over here because it's not only about India, I spoke to you about India, but as countries develop, agricultural's role as an employer declines because of technology. And the good side is that there's a lot of job creation shift systems. And then also the digital revolution is actually happening. And a lot of you people are young yuppies or youngsters and who have technology on your hand. But this also creates other problems. It affects agricultural labor and it requires skilled demands over there. Again, we spoke about migration already earlier, but anti-migration sentiments are very high in other countries, especially in the US, and that also creates a problem. Therefore, robots, automation, technology become a very, very important part of the whole thing. The other side, the flip side, is high maintenance costs of technology, potential impact on the environment, and in fact, there was a report that I went through, and there are about 400 to 800 million jobs could get displaced by automation. Now, these are the challenges that you as a youth can look into this. Now, this is a very important slide which I'd like to spend a little time over here for you to understand that whilst there is a challenge, there is also these opportunities to resolve. So at our end, between the small farmer to the global consumer, between these three interventions, you have opportunities to resolve at the farm level, at the product value addition level, and the sales and marketing. So India typically does not have a branded product and doesn't have brands in the fruit and vegetable space. We can have brands. When you go out to buy a car or you go out to buy a clothes, you're looking for brands, you're looking at prices, and you've got comparisons. But fruits and vegetables in India is just bought off the street. 98% of Indian fruits and vegetables is bought off the street with nobody having an idea where it is coming from, who's growing it, how it is grown, is the responsibility, can I have a warranty, can I take it back to the grower and manufacturer and say, all right, something's good. So consumer rights are not aware, you don't know how safe your food is, you don't know where it is coming from, and as we all realized in the period of COVID, that's the only thing you actually need to live. Medical and essential items, food was the only two things which were actually running during a lockdown. Everything else shut down. And yet, this is such a neglected field and needs some serious attention from you guys. This slide, I just want to tell you that what all is possible from the growing side, but you can get into semi-processed, you can get into processed areas, you can get into cosmetic industry, into the pharmaceutical industry. These are opportunities all coming in from agriculture. So when you think that agriculture is something to go out and actually plow a field, yes, that's a very important part, but there are so many more interventions that are in the whole thing. Part of it is there are no digitized farms. There are no farms which can actually be digitized and located, geotagged. This is a huge opportunity. Traceability, again, I already harped on that, saying why we need traceability, because of you have no clue of where your fruit and vegetable is coming from, how safe is it, what has been transferred on it. Okay. digital crop advisory systems, initiatives very important to bring in new technologies into India, bring in new varieties which are not there because we've all been working on old varieties, and this is an important one. So we have brought in a lot of new grape varieties into the country, and this is just an example. Having a mall, having a one kind of a mall, a one-stop shop for all the agricultural inputs is not there in India. We all are going around shopping here and there. This is another intervention that one needs, is a one-stop shop where you can have complete advisory systems. Blockchain, you guys know, is a very important thing. Global certifications for trust. Certifications are essentially important for the trust. And just leave you with that thought that agriculture is not what you actually think as a hardcore mehnat ka kaam, as they say, but it's also got technology and interventions and the future. As long as mankind is there, you will need agriculture, and that's not an industry ever going to die. So I'll leave you with that thought. And Kavi, thank you so much for that.
Okay. I had a presentation which I'm going to cut short, but I'm just going to show you some videos in the interest of time, right? This is a project that I run. So what Azhar represents is an opportunity to create lots of jobs. And what we have is an opportunity to train lots of students to take advantage of those jobs and to define what those jobs are. So we are in the business of creating student innovators for disruption. Our very rapidly expanding economy has a huge opportunity for products and services that don't exist right now, which need automation. And anything that we make locally costs 1/8 of what it costs if we import it, right? And we turn out almost 1 million engineers every year. So can we use these guys to do all this work? But the problem is that our education system lets us down. It's very rote-based. It doesn't create enough resource of this kind, who questions everything, who questions the status quo, who creates new knowledge and skill sets, and so on. So we have this project called Y20, which trains you in hard skills, which is technology, soft skills like teamwork and collaboration, and future skills, which are critical thinking and all these kind of things, through a process where we set up labs for you, then we train you through a 6-month-long competition, and then we train you in another competition that translates your skills into startups, right? So I'll give you an example of what these, so we've trained about 2 lakh students almost, 3,000 colleges have been benefited, lots of startups have come out of this, and one of the startups is right here. We'll come to him also. And this is how the numbers have been growing since 2012, almost exponential. Came down in COVID, but is going up again. So from 4,000 to 35,000 students took part. And these are the labs that we have across the country. And this is how we train students. We train them first inside an open source simulator, which is free of cost. So this is a simulator. And then you have the real robot, the snake robot. In this case, we have a fish in a simulator, and then the fish, real fish in a tank. This is what we train students in over 6 months. Drone in a simulator, and an actual drone. You'll see a nano drone here, okay, which actually solves the problem. These skills are trained online in 6 months' time. And here's another example of a theme where we train them in design thinking, 3D printing, and to build a snake which can solve a problem. This snake has to go around spotting these red and blue patches whilst avoiding these obstacles. And kids have learned this in 6 months flat, all these skills. Now, we brought them together in the finals, and would you believe it, that this top left-hand side white snake was built by students from the lowest of our low tier of educational establishments called a polytechnic in a remote part of West Bengal, the state of West Bengal. So it shows how democratic our way of training students is. Right? And we had an agricultural theme also where here's the thing inside a simulator. A robot goes and plucks tomatoes inside a simulator. And this is what it looks like. And then we give them the opportunity to upload code into a real robot that we have at IIT Bombay that goes around and plucks tomatoes. So it's like operating a Mars rover. And the robot at the bottom of this is built by Muthu's company, who's into mobile robotics. So this goes and kind of plucks the tomatoes, and in the process you learned path planning, manipulating an arm, and all sorts of other cool skills, right? So all this is trained online over 6 months, okay? And this is what kids
I
stay.
like Yantra a lot because in this you can actually practically implement things. It's very different from the theoretical knowledge that we learn. For example, we have studied control system in our course, but when we actually tune our drone using ROS, it was entirely different. How?
That's it. And what we do, the feedback we got from the students has said it increases their self-confidence, their technical skills, problem-solving ability. Some students have used our IoT stack, the Internet of Things stack, to triple the yield of vegetables in their college farm, their 3-acre farm. So they've used this free software to increase the yield of vegetables. And we've done surveys, right, in June, just this year. And the alumni say that following your engagement with the Yantra, what did you do? Half of them either joined a startup, did a startup, or actually went for higher degrees. We asked them if the velocity of your career progression improves as a result of the engagement, and they said, all of them said yes. And we asked them, ask the teachers in the labs, are the seniors training junior students? Means, are those mentorship networks being established? And the answer is an overwhelming yes. And are they getting more project ideas? Yes. And the starting package that they get is 50 to 100% higher. And in essence, what we want to say here is that jobs are in short supply. We need job creators. Our economy is growing exponentially. And every problem we see is actually an opportunity. And we want to work now with young engineers globally to kind of attack these problems that we have, to create lots and lots of startups. So what Yantra does is that it builds these innovation ecosystems at scale. So now I'm going to, and all this work is done by a bunch of guys where the average age is 24. They are my full-time staff at IIT Bombay, no different from the engineering students who take part in the competition. If you take me out of the mix, the average age becomes 22. So it just shows that young people can do a hell of a lot, and we have proof of that. So now I'm going to change gear now and go back to our panel here. I'm going to introduce Shubha Pandit, who is a principal of a college in Bombay, KJ Somaya College. She has experience of Yantra and all that we've been doing, and she has her own viewpoint. And perhaps you can answer the question as to what is the problem with the existing education system, and what do you think is actually needed? Over to you.
Hello. Hello. I think I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Kavi sir, for giving me an opportunity. I've been in the field of academics for the last 30 odd years, and I could say that the original way of teaching engineering education used to be predominantly in classrooms. And hence the students were never given an opportunity to know exactly what is required. And hence, there used to be comments that the engineers produced in engineering colleges are no useful for the industries. So, and we also had watertight compartments between the departments. So mechanical engineering student was not permitted to learn much about electronics, and so also computer. And so such kind of watertight compartments were there, whereas the real life problems do not belong to any particular department. So what we require is an engineer, not a mechanical or electronics engineer. And that is what was predominantly lacking in the previous way of our education system in the country, especially engineering education. Now, if you ask me how it has changed, is because we have now adopted, the curriculum is designed focusing learning by doing, and we emphasize on creating lab spaces, creating courses which are taught essentially in the labs, so students get an opportunity to learn while they are doing peer learning and all such kind of things. We also have labs such as Yantra lab, wherein our students have delivered products which are now actually available in the market. They have become entrepreneurs because of the training that they had in Yantra labs. We also have mega projects of the students wherein they take up formula race and all terrain vehicle, the design manufacturing of such kind of equipments. So this has become a part and parcel of the education system, and hence they are able to face the real life problems They understand how to define the exact problem, solve it, and come up with a solution. More than that, I would say that the way now we have defined our curriculum, we have created scope for internships in industries, in startups, in NGOs and social entrepreneurs, so that they get a feel of what is actually needed by the society, because finally every engineer needs to be available for the problems in the society. So that is how I think the labs or the platforms given by Yantra and such other are helping the education in the country.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So you're going to have an opportunity to put us all on the mat and ask us questions in a moment, but I'd like Rohan Vaidya to just say his experience, because his students have done some things really cool. But more importantly, what we are very happy about is that through the student projects, he's been inspired to do a PhD himself. So perhaps, Rohan, you can just...
Thank you, Kavi sir. Actually, I would like to start with the potential what student got after getting into the E-Yantra or the competitions which has been set by the E-Yantra. There are two competitions, EYRC and IC. So we are having legacy in the idea competition. It is innovation challenge nowadays. So these students are getting the technical expertise. They can find the problem. They can get the solution which can be actually implemented in the real world. And moreover, now they are getting the analyzing the issues, they can find the errors, and in the same way, they can give the practical solutions or implement the things. They can run the projects very successfully after doing all this thing. Then, as a part of teacher, what we are doing is now we are imparting them the skills, we are exposing them to the new skills, and then we are just motivating to do something. That's what E-Yantra is actually motivating, that is learn by doing or hands-on working. So that is what I realize the change in the students after getting into the competitions or after getting exposed to the E-Yantra labs. Then as a part of teacher, what we need to do is have to build the positive relation with the students and have to work with them with the enthusiasm and passion, so that the same positivity will be transferred to the students. This is my experience, what is there in the E-Yantra lab. Actually, before E-Yantra lab or before this hands-on working, they used to think about the projects only. Whatever situations is given, they will be thinking of the projects. But now they are actually getting into the product sort of environment. They are thinking of the patents and all those things. And these are few of my students who have landed up into the startups. You can see these are most of the technical startups, right from the blockchain to some electronics embedded startup, depending on the computer vision. And there are few which are working in the data science domain. So like I can say that E-Yantra is helping the students for the 360-degree development of theirs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So last but not least is a product that we've helped create. I'd like to, and we are very proud of him. Muthu Vangalippan took part in the E-Yantra competition way back in 2012. And then when he came to us for an internship, all it needed is for us to say, Muthu, you're too good, don't take a job. Either do a startup or go for a higher degree. He actually took us seriously. He did a startup, an amazing startup in the mobile robotics space. He sells mobile robots, security robots to advanced markets in Singapore. So I'll just play his video that he has and come back to this slide. So these are the robots that they've built for advanced markets. That's it. So I present to you Muthu Vangaliyappan. Perhaps a few words from you.
Thank you, sir. We started, maybe I have been associated with Kavi sir for it's maybe a decade again. So we have started this in 2014 and we are now, we have started this catamaran on 2015 and startedly we evolved into this. And there was a problem where most of the college projects or when we think of this, it's not going into a product scale. So we wanted to mainly address those problem statements. And when we consider as a future of work or things, we wanted to work on the updated technologies like robotics, AIs, where we wanted to work on more. So that is where deviated us to this track of creating mobile robots. So we wanted to have a customized robots. That too, we wanted to say, very proud to say, that should be made in India. So that was our main intention behind it. And we made it. And now we sell these robots across globe. So that is that thing we made. Like we have been exporting the technologies from outside. Now we wanted to scale back it to other way around. So that is what our core intention behind this startup. And we say we have achieved 5 to 10% of this in 4 to 5 years. So we have much more milestones to achieve in future. So this is our roadmap. We started in 2018 and 2023. We have 30 plus robots running in education institutions and in service robots in Singapore and overseas. So this is where we are. Maybe I can.
That's the story of Catamaran and Muthu Vangaliyappan. So when we came together to make this panel, I had a very interesting question. Some good things have come out of it. So Meeta ji, you made certain things happen. I asked Azhar, you got these fantastic problems. Why don't we solve them? Then I'd like to ask Muthu that why don't you solve his problems? What's stopping you? And how can we help?
Actually, sir, maybe the problems identification from here, like we have plenty of problems in India. The thing is how to restructure the problems into startups. So that is where we are into. Maybe as a government takes more initiatives in the form of Startup India and other initiatives. Now the startup which we have been 5 years back and 5 years now, they have plenty of opportunities. Like how you explore previously, you don't have internets, you don't have things to connect to people. That was a big thing. After the introduction of internet, the whole globe became a small village. So similarly, the government initiatives and other things where we take startups, 5 years before and 5 years now, we have a plenty of opportunities and plenty of funding opportunities and plenty of supports there. So which could connect our own problems to our own startups so that we create a whole ecosystem within us so that we can solve a problem. Because we always hinders to that some problems which can be solved by technically and we keep things that cannot be done. That is what our typical mindset. So as a problem solver, we have to come out of this mindset. In this directions, as a startup, we could do something on a technical basis. Whereas Azhar sir has some problems which he is working on a core agriculture field where he has intensified problems. So these problems to the startups, maybe you act as a bridge or you can be an institutional where these problems has been given a solution through us or a team of educational institutions like MAMS or some people can work on those solutions and give us a product out. So because if you see India's youth force is a very strong youth force and we are a very good problem solvers, we could convert something into a reality. So that is what we are proving in every day when you see in the newspapers or everywhere we are proving this once again. So
in fact, one thing that Muthu told me which was very heartening a few months ago when we met is that, I told him that my students are building these things, but they are kludgy proofs of concept. I can't see them as a product. He says, but turning them into a product is easy for me. But finding those ideas for new products and services, that's the difficult part. And that's when I realized that, academia can play a fantastic role in building proofs of concept, identifying interesting problems to solve, because that's what youngsters are good at. And what I wanted in this global audience here is for all of you to go back and consider how might we collaborate, because we've got amazing markets, we've got interesting problems to solve. You might have similar problems in your country, you have access to technology. Can we co-create startups together through this platform that we already have? You don't need to go through governments and all that. Just get your students, get your friends to just participate in E-Yantra competition. Participation costs as much as a McDonald's mini meal, right? Whatever it is in your country. And you get 6 months of training and you get, if you come to the finals, you come to IIT Bombay and then you get internships and over 6 weeks of the internship, you can come up with fantastic ideas with your Indian friends here as to what you would like to do for startups. Now, before I open the discussion up in the panel, I just wondered if you guys have any questions that you'd like to ask. If you just raise your hands, maybe a mic can go around. We wanted to keep this interactive. Who feels, yeah, gentleman avec chapeau in row 5. It's on, it's on.
Hello. Thanks for giving the opportunity. My name is Mokshamrita, and I represent, I'm one of the national coordinators for the youth wing of C20 organization, the head of who is Amma. I have a couple of questions. I'm also a youth mentor, so it was very interesting and very enthralling to see the kind of thing you are doing. I really congratulate you, Kaviji, for your wonderful efforts. I have one question for you and one for Azharji also. You spoke about this e-yantra. Do you also train people on branding, marketing, and all such things, or do you have verticals separate other than e-yantra which do that?
We train them in engineering and we train them in entrepreneurship. Now, you've said something very important, that for any product to reach the world, it needs marketing, it needs sales, it needs finance, it needs design more important than anything else. Now we've realized that we've grabbed the dragon by its tail, that there's much more that we need to do. We need to do all these things. And thanks for pointing it out. Maybe we can speak more about it.
One more question. Yeah. Do you provide any kind of online training?
Absolutely. All the training is online.
Okay.
It's very scalable. We train 35,000 students at a time in the competition. I can easily scale it up to 10 times that. No problem. Because a lot of the assessments are done automatedly online and things like that. All you need from the student side is persistence and the willingness to learn. That's all.
We deal with a lot of children who are from impoverished communities, very poor communities. So sometimes they may not have, mobile phones and computers at home. So for such people, is there any way they can connect to your program?
At the moment, not, because we assume the existence of basic computer facilities. You had a question for Azhar?
Yes. For Azharji, I wanted to ask, he mentioned about two very interesting things, Azharji. You mentioned about branding agricultural products. You mentioned about geotagging agricultural spaces, which are very wonderful and unique, I think, in their own. But I also want to know your opinion. Don't you think, we will also need, from the government side, certain bodies which will also do setting the standards, certification, etc., when we come to branding and all. And when you talk about moving everything, all these agro products to malls, this is my second question. How do you think it will affect the small shopkeepers, the economy of that sort of a market, who run from day to day, who sell these vegetables out there in the market? Just your opinion.
I'll take your second question first. When you say it's the shopkeepers, I did mention when I was speaking that about 98% of Indian fruits and vegetables is sold on the streets. So shifting to malls and shopping there, the Indian consumer it's not their natural habit to do so. There is a certain discerning customer who does do that, but you cannot see a major shift happening there. A percentage here and there will always will move here and there, but it would not make a huge difference to the small vendor. However, I'm presuming your question is more about sustainability, about the small vendor.
Correct.
That will not get affected, but the supply chain needs management. There needs better supply chain, and if you, I'm probably digressing here, but if you look at the farm laws which actually came up, which allowed farmers to take charge of their own destiny, of their own business. This then allows that we do not need a mandi or a third-party agent to actually come in, where a grower or a farmer collective can go directly to a vendor on the street and supply it themselves. So the supply chain problems which are challenging will actually help the small vendor and benefit the small farmer. But it will not, the retailers will not really make a huge difference. That's a long, long way away. Okay. And can you repeat your first question again? Just
I was
trigger me on
talking
that.
about you would also need bodies which will do the certification and
Yes.
standard.
No, these bodies are there. There is government intervention. There are old laws. There are new laws. There are things coming up. In fact, there is something called Global GAP. And GAP means Good Agricultural Practices. And there's an international body where most growers have to get an audit done of their farm and to ensure that they are managing their farm well, they're giving the right facilities for their labor, which includes toilets. Are they disposing of their waste correctly so that it doesn't damage the environment, it doesn't damage animals, a lot of other things which are there in Global GAP. Just to finish that, it's an international body, and the government has now initiated a project to actually come up with something called Indie GAP. We are part of the process. We're helping them build that. So the government has come up with something equivalent, recognized by international bodies, to come up with Indie GAP so that we don't have to do a separate certification called Global GAP. And similar such things are also happening in India as government interventions.
Sorry,
Thanks,
I just want to add one.
We are a bit short on time, so we have time for 2 more questions. We'll have ample time offline to kind of discuss these things.
We're happy to connect with you later if you need to speak.
Sure. Please catch us. There's a question at the back, the young lady there, and we have... Anybody else? Just raise your hand so I can see. Okay. One question there. I'll take that as the last one. Just raise your hand. The one in front with the red dress. The one here in the red dress. The lady in the front with the red dress. Sari mein jo hai. Sorry about the delay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, so I wanted to ask what kind of programs can we introduce at like a school level or even lower primary level so that they understand the importance of, you know, all of these and the scope of research in these kind of areas.
Okay.
And like how long will it take for AI to be actually reflected in like a common farmer's life? Like how long will it take for these technologies to make a change?
Good question. We've started work with schools. I will say here, write to me, and we are actually working with schools in the same way that we do with older students in colleges, and it's been very successful, right? But I'll show you a slide, and you can just write to me, and I'll give you all the details about that. With your permission, I'd like to move to the lady in front in the red sari. You have the mic.
Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Namaste everyone. My name is Akriti Bisht and I'm representing the state of Uttarakhand. So my question is, like we have seen the programs like Skill India with around 20 to 25% of placement rate has not achieved any commendable success. So now the biggest challenge for us is reskilling the labor force in India, and the majority of which is actually not willing to adapt to the advent of technology and automation. So how will we deal with this biggest challenge of reskilling the labor force?
Well, the answer to that is that there are dinosaurs which couldn't cope with change, right? So people have to learn to cope with change, and we feel that it's the young people in the rural areas and all that who will actually cope with that change and prosper out of it. The people who are not willing to accept change are going to get wiped out or jobless. So this new world demands skill sets, and if you don't have that, then it's going to be a problem. I hope that answers the question. There's one last thing here from the front, a foreign delegate. I'd like to just take that, and then we wind up.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Soichiro Chiba from Japan. I'm currently serving as the advisor to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry about startup policies. I also used to be one of the 13 advisors to Prime Minister Abe about structural reform. I've been so impressed by your program When we were advising the government, we investigated what is the strongest correlation between economic growth. And it wasn't population, it was the number of entrepreneurs. So I think what you are doing is truly very meaningful for the nation. So my question is, how can we collaborate? So startup ecosystem creation is the top priority of Japan today. And we have abundance of capital. We have a lot of R&D, excellent R&D and technology. But we are struggling of monetizing it. We are struggling to make it into businesses. And I think Indian youth and also the Indian people are excellent in this. So I would love to collaborate and continue the dialogue
Let
with
this
you.
be the start of a conversation. It could be a marriage made in heaven. Okay, so I'm going to put up a slide. You can take a picture of that. All my information is there. So I'm just going to say we have disruption, whether we like it or not, which is going to disrupt our lives. We need new ways of dealing with these kind of challenges. That needs a distinct change in mindset from being a job seeker to someone who becomes a job creator. And we need more platforms like E-Yantra. So E-Yantra is just a placeholder. It's just a kind of stuff that we need to do with young people, where we empower them and train them through problem solving. And now I'm here because I was motivated because I have people from all over the world here. How can you engage with us? Because we can do some really cool stuff together. And I'm just going to just end. This is my visiting card. I had another poll, but I won't go into that. But perhaps, yes, with Meeta ji's permission, just one slide, if we can just do. Very important to us. If you can respond to this. Has it better understood, helped you understand the future of work, this session? And there's another slide you can respond to in your time. How might we bring E-Yantra to your country? You can answer that at your leisure. I'm going to stop here and leave you with my slide here. This is my visiting card. If you just scan this or take a picture of it, you know how to get hold of me anytime you want. And please write to me, and I'll be very happy to respond to any of your queries if you want to bring this program to your country. And this is the competition which will do all this work. As I said, E-Yantra robotics competition. Registrations are open until the 25th of August. So please share this picture with all your friends. Tell them about us, and we'll do something really cool together. Thank you very much. You've been very patient. I'd like to thank our panel here. Dr. Shubha Pandit, Professor Vaidya, Azhar here, and Muthu. Thank you very much. A big hand for them for having taken the trouble to come. And a big hand to you guys for being a very patient audience. Now I must close because we have another session very soon. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kavi Arya, Professor from IIT Bombay, Mumbai, for this session. And we would like to thank all our panelists. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we had the session on the future of work and job creation. And now for the next technical session, may I invite Mr. Shrikant Shastri from the Indus Entrepreneurs, that is TIE. And the theme of this session is mentoring entrepreneurs and the future of work. Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. Before I welcome my co-panelists, I wanted to say konnichiwa to my friends from Japan, ni hao to my friends from China, salam alaikum to my friends from Saudi Arabia, and bonjour, ciao, hola, hello. Welcome to the session. On that note, I'd like to invite my co-panelists here, Neha Malhotra. Please give her a big hand. Tej Kapoor and Smita Pandey Mishra. So as they walk up, let me quickly do the introductions because I know we're running behind time. So Neha here is the founder and managing partner of MeritX Ventures. She actually works with startups across the world, mentoring them to prepare, to talk to investors, and get ready for the market. Welcome, Neha. Smita here is the founder and CEO of a company called Fandoro Technologies. She has a platform that allows companies to be ready for sustainability, and she uses this platform effectively to help many companies, so you should certainly talk to her later. And Tej Kapoor is the man with the money. He's the managing partner of Ivy Cap Ventures, 15 years of experience in the venture capital industry across sectors and across many companies. He was telling me about the many successes he has under his belt. So the format we'll use is I'm going to invite quick comments from each of them for 5 minutes. But before that, I'm going to start with a small story of my own. Go back to March 2020, when pandemic first hit us. All our countries were under a lockdown. Day 2 of lockdown, like all of you, I was putting my feet up, getting ready to watch Netflix and eat some good food at home. Suddenly, I get a phone call from 2 distressed young entrepreneurs, 26 years old, Nikhil and Harshit. They're running a robotic startup in Pune in India. And they tell me, our business has come to a standstill because of the pandemic and lockdown. We have no money. But they were not giving up. Just the previous week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji had issued a announcement to all entrepreneurs in India, if you have products and services to fight the pandemic, please raise your hands. So these 2 young boys, Nikhil and Harshit, raised their hands. They said, we will design a high-end ICU ventilator for India. Remember, most countries in the world had nothing to fight the pandemic in those days. No PPE kits, no masks, no ventilators, nothing. Nikhil and Harshit, mind you, had never been inside an ICU to see a ventilator, but they were still bold enough to say, we can do it. Within 48 hours, under conditions of lockdown, they went around looking for parts and components. Something they picked up from a fish aquarium, something from other toy stores, and within 48 hours, they built a prototype of ventilator which was seen by some expert doctors in India and US. It was at that point of time they approached me and one of their professors and said, we need help. So the professor and I created a task force of 20 people, and within 1 week into the lockdown, this task force met for the first time on Sunday, 29th March, over Zoom at 12 noon. Every day for the next 90 days, we would be on a Zoom call for 2 hours, mentoring these 2 young boys. Within our task force, we had 4 CEOs, 2 doctors, 1 manufacturing expert, 1 product supply chain expert, and many others. Entirely over Zoom, WhatsApp, phone, and email. These 2 young boys were mentored over 90 days, and guess what? Within 90 days, we had a high-end ICU ventilator which was tested, certified by doctors, both in private and public sector. It was manufactured because in 90 days, under those constraints, suddenly magic happened because of the way this task force was constructed. And today, 3,500 of those ventilators are deployed across the country in small, medium, and big hospitals. This story to me was a wake-up call. It was a life-changing experience for me as head of this task force because it taught me 3 big lessons. It taught me one thing, that young people today are brave enough to stick their neck out and say, I can do it. And they are able to build world-beating businesses, and which is why entrepreneurship is the career of choice for young people today, and this was proven to me in front of my eyes in those 90 days. The second learning was the future of work. Imagine no office, no face-to-face meetings. Entirely over Zoom, WhatsApp, email, and phone calls, you're building a high-end ICU ventilator, taking it to the market, saving lives. The 20 people on the task force are sitting in different cities, different countries, different time zones. Does not matter. But you're collaborating. That is the future of work. It also showed me what the future of mentoring is. Normally when we say mentoring, we think older person mentoring a younger person. You need gray hair for mentoring. The youngest person in this task force was 23 years old. The oldest was 72 years old, a Padma Shri winner. Everyone was mentoring, everyone is equal. The younger person, 23-year-old engineer, was mentoring the older people about technology. The older people were mentoring the young people about sales, marketing, how to raise money. That's the future of mentoring. So to me, the future of mentoring, future of entrepreneurship, and future of work was live in front of my eyes during those 90 days. And that's my story. On that note, I'm going to hand over to Neha and say, you want to talk about how you see entrepreneurship evolving?
Thank you so much, sir. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here addressing such a distinguished audience. Shrikantji has set such a great tone for our discussion today, and I'll take it from there. So over the course of our work with startup ecosystems across India, North America, and the Middle East, we have found two great insights that I would like to share today. The first is that entrepreneurship is the defining force that is shaping the future of work. And second is that mentorship is crucial to delivering better outcomes, especially in the early stages of venture building. So I want to speak more about them and discuss my experiences. Like we just spoke about, job displacement due to AI, and that's a reality. In fact, it's an imminent reality. The near-term statistic is even more shocking. So World Economic Forum estimates that 85 million of those jobs would be lost by 2025, as early as that. So what we foresee is short-term challenges, but long-term opportunities. So short-term challenges because we will have to navigate a difficult transition. So how will we navigate this transition? That is through upskilling, reskilling, and we are presently working with amazing startups doing just this. They are building solutions to deal with these short-term challenges across AI-based skilling, for example. We've invested in one such startup as well. But over the long term, something interesting is going to happen. And I think we should all be invested in that. And that is that over the long term, entrepreneurs are going to leverage advanced technologies to solve our most pressing problems, whether it is climate change or incurable diseases like cancer. Entrepreneurs are working on building products and solutions that are going to be path-breaking, right? So that is also going to add a lot of jobs. And it's also going to make work more meaningful. Because you see, we always have had a quest to have work be more meaningful than it is. We don't crave for monotony, right? So, for example, climate tech, right? All the startups that are in the green tech space, they're going to be adding millions of jobs in the near future, or rather not so far future. So those are some interesting things to kind of ponder upon. So why do I say that entrepreneurship is so closely linked to the future of work? That is because entrepreneurs are uniquely positioned to be innovative and creative. Those are the two defining traits of entrepreneurs, right? That is how a lot of job displacement will be mitigated, I feel. But also, there is another trend that Shrikantji also mentioned. We also did our research and found that overwhelmingly, the youth have shown a marked preference towards entrepreneurship as a career choice. Almost 75% of the youth show an inclination to start a business in their future. And these youth aspiration surveys have been done in different geographies with similar results. So we know that the youth are looking towards entrepreneurship, and they feel that they can be in a place where they can be captains of our collective destinies, so to speak, right? So this brings us to the second insight that I had introduced you to, and that is that mentorship is crucial. It is crucial to support these new entrepreneurs. Why? Because we live in a VUCA world, which is characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, right, and ambiguity. And to navigate this world, right, we need entrepreneurs to show us the way in many ways, to help us find direction. And mentorship, effective mentorship, just drawing from my own experience as a mentor on various national and international platforms, mentorship works on two levels. Effective mentoring works on two levels. The first is the level of the business or building an enterprise. And the second is the personal, the level of the individual. So on the level of building a business, especially in the 0 to 1 journey, of when a startup, right from the idea stage, goes to having, say, an MVP or becomes investment worthy, there is a lot of iteration, there is a lot of decisions to be made, right? So, for example, figuring out your product market fit, right? Or your GTM strategy, your go-to-market strategy, right? Or validating, your market. Building great teams. All of this requires effective mentoring from somebody who's either a domain expert or who has walked the journey before as an entrepreneur. They can even be, sectoral experts, or they can even be investors. But there's definitely room for great mentors to come in and change the game. And what we have found is that startups where you have great mentoring relationships in place, the outcomes are better, vastly better. So, they are 3 times likely to grow faster, and they're also much more likely to raise money, about 7 times more likely to raise capital. So those kind of, statistics definitely tell us that there is room to double down our efforts towards mentorship, or creating an ecosystem where we encourage, mentoring, essentially. And the other place where mentors can really make a difference is building the EQ-linked business skills that entrepreneurs need today, the EQ muscle. Like, how are we different from artificial intelligence? What is our edge, essentially? Our edge is our emotional quotient, right? So, how do we deal with uncertainty? What is our self-awareness? How do we make decisions? I think those are things that are not taught in any structured programs, but they come about through interactions with mentors. So I feel that while a lot has been done as far as mentorship is concerned, there's a lot of resources and efforts, of course, being expended here. But I think a few areas where we can kind of sharpen our focus is, say, for example, firstly, we can look at crucial subgroups like women entrepreneurs, because when technology is evolving at such a fast pace, there is possibly an imminent threat to women being left behind. So right now, the Global Gender Gap Report says that it's going to take us a century at the present pace for women to attain parity, which is I mean, we need to really double down on probably, supporting women entrepreneurs so that they don't get left behind. And there are certain models that may work better than others here. For example, we can have programs where we can identify and nurture, support, and train women mentors, because there are a lot of women who have charted successful journeys. Meeta is here with us as well, and they have a lot to offer and a lot to contribute as well. And other than that, there are specific areas where we can, work on maybe strengthening what is available in terms of, options to mentor. There is cross-border mentoring, because increasingly businesses have a global outlook. How do you chart new markets? That is something, mentoring can focus on, right? And new models of mentoring are also evolving. For example, as Srikanji mentioned, you can have reverse mentoring, or you can have peer-to-peer mentoring, not necessarily, have one-to-one mentoring. You can have a digital model of mentoring as well, or a remote one. So depending upon requirement, you can optimize, what kind of model would be best suited. And I think essentially what we are driving home is that we want to, probably put energies into these initiatives, because we are all invested in having a future that is inclusive, that is sustainable, right? And that is people-centric. And I think that is what our collective vision is. So I'll now request Tej, maybe.
Before I hand over to Tej, I wanted to pick up one thing. As Neha said, the future is entrepreneurship. If entrepreneurs have mentors, chances of success are better. I wanted to say that this is not limited to Delhi, NCR, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai. Last year, I was in Patna at a large startup conclave, and I vividly remember these 3 young people from the districts of Bihar who went up on stage to receive a prize from the Deputy Chief Minister. They were asked to say a few words. And I remember their words. These 3 boys were from rural Bihar. This boy goes up on stage and says, till 2 years ago, the only career my family would support was to join civil services, either through UPSC or Bihar Public Service Commission. But now, thanks to the startup culture and Startup India, our family now says, "Ha, you can do a startup also." It is in contention along with a civil services job. So entrepreneurship has become mainstream in India, which is phenomenal, which is why mentors are so important. But the immediate question that all these young entrepreneurs ask is, I want to be an entrepreneur. Who will give me the money? Which is why I'm going to hand over to Tej here. Tej is the man with the money. He's going to tell us what are the trends in investing, what are the hot areas, what are the emerging areas. Tej, over to you.
Thank you very much, and namaskar to everybody, and what a pleasure and honor to be here in Varanasi and in this facility, in this auditorium. So first of all, round of applause to the people from Varanasi and this auditorium to start with. It is immensely proud moment for me to be here. So round of applause for everybody. So I'm just gonna tie this story together with my journey. And I think that's how I reflect back on where things were in numbers, because I'm a numbers guy, and where things are now in numbers. So I spent about 10 years in the US before moving to India in 2010. And that was the cusp when the startups were just starting out. And you know, as an investor, when I came to India, it was very hard for me to find startups. There were total 5 tech companies in India, in which one of them was Flipkart, which I invested in, and we got lucky. It has now become a $22 billion company, sustainable business, employs more than 1 lakh people. From that time to now, Shrikant, just the number, just to give you perspective, and thanks to Prime Minister Modi, and I see Anurag is here in the audience, the leadership of our government. Just to give you numbers, in 2014, there were only 400 registered startups. And if you take a wild guess now, last year, if somebody wants to raise their hand, how many startups we had? It's 90,000 registered startups. I mean, this is a phenomenal change that one could expect in any country. So the amount of money that has gone into startups, I have personally, through my career with various venture firms, deployed close to $1 billion in India. And the outcome of that and combined together is that today startups put together make $300 billion, which if you compare it to the GDP of India, which is about $3.5 trillion, is minuscule, right? Almost 1-2%. And when you compare that to nations such as US and China, they're at 10 to 12%. Now, if we take Indian economy and extrapolate it in next 10 years, we will be hopefully $5 to $6 trillion economy. So you can imagine that startups alone would contribute to 1.3 trillion of that, hopefully. And that is what is exciting the venture community. So as the startups have grown, so have the venture funds. In India, there used to be total 6 or 7 proper venture funds which have raised more than $100 million. Today, there are more than 60 such funds which exist. And in the same pace, if you look at how universities have evolved, and we just heard professors speak here, and how IITs are adopting the whole tech ecosystem, not just teaching tech, but also implementing tech, there are so many more new startups to come. Now, if you go and figure out, coming back to your question, where is India heading? We had companies, first generation companies, which were like the tech companies, which were built on IT infrastructure. Then we had what we call the consumer companies, such as Flipkart, which were serving products and goods. And now I think we are moving up the ladder, where we will actually be producing some of the most finest technology product companies out of India for the world. We have such one company called Miko, which is making a toy. This is an educational toy which is getting 80% of sales from US and UK markets. So I see that we are moving up the chain from understanding coding to delivering products to now making products. And again, thanks to the government, there has been a lot of initiatives where they are pushing people to make products in India. As you know, a lot of iPhone manufacturing has moved to India. And I see with China +1 model coming into effect, a lot more manufacturing startups to take steam. And we are very excited about it. We are looking to deploy money in such startups which are making innovations on top of manufacturing. For India engine to work, I think manufacturing has to work. We have been a little bit behind in terms of manufacturing. And now the focus is shifting from services to manufacturing. And the hotbeds like UP, like MP, like even Kerala for that matter, where there's a lot of tech-related universities which have come up, I think the manufacturing tech could become one of the biggest themes for us. Obviously, robotics and AI has been, something we have been thinking about very hard. At the same time, they do take away the job, but we have to see how we make them sustainable so that they also are able to create jobs. And we have to become very good at AI as a nation and computer vision, because that's the future, and we have to compete with China and US. We are also looking at healthcare in very, very deep detail, because India has a large population, and soon we'll be kind of moving towards aging population, which will become substantial size. So that's another area of interest for us. Obviously, the infrastructure government has put and more initiatives that are coming on top of it, I think this can only scale. So how does infra and tech work together to create largest kind of next vision of companies? We just invested in a company called Celsius, which is building largest cold chain network in India. Delivery was one of my investee company as well. So logistics as infra, I would say, and infra-related businesses. In the new tech side, AI, robotics, computer vision, and in deep tech, and also healthcare is some of the areas we are looking at, and super excited about it.
So clearly, startups are now doing work in areas which are at the center of building Atmanirbhar Bharat, is what I'm hearing from you. The other thing which, Anurag ji, you would appreciate is 5 trillion economy mein startup investment can contribute $1.3 trillion, which is a mega sum actually. So compliments to the VC industry for that actually.
Thank you, thank you.
I must also share with the audience one of the things he told me. He said he came from US, he now lives in Gurgaon, but he was telling me earlier today, कि every time when you go to a tier 2 and tier 3 town, मुझे बता देना, I want to go with you. So he wants to ensure that he supports startups in smaller towns also, which is good news for everyone in Varanasi certainly.
I just want to add, I think tier 2 towns in India are way cleaner than tier 1 towns.
Definitely.
So I love coming to tier 2 towns. You breathe better air. Look at Varanasi, how clean it is. It's just phenomenal. So I always love coming to tier 2 towns.
So we heard about future of work, AI destroying jobs. But now I want to move to Smita. She's going to talk about one of the most important parts of our economy, the green economy, and how sustainability can probably be the next engine of growth for the economy and what we all collectively need to do there. Over to you, Smita.
Thank you, Shrikantji. Namaste, Banaras. Good afternoon to Minister Anurag ji, Meeta ma'am, and all the honorable guests, my esteemed co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, all the young aspiring entrepreneurs and young minds here. Before I get started on the topic, how many of you actually want to be an entrepreneur? All right, awesome, good. So that actually gives me a little more encouragement to talk about the subject. So as we are talking about mentoring entrepreneurs and future of work, I want to put a little bit more focused spotlight on sustainability, which I believe is a very vital subject, and I'm sure many of us do. And before I actually start talking about about sustainability, which is also my passion area and also a space where I work in, I want to just decode this term entrepreneurs. Who is an entrepreneur? How do you define an entrepreneur? What I have understood in all these years of mine is an entrepreneur is a person who solves a problem that has not been solved before, or it has not been solved optimally well, or it has not been solved optimally well for an economic scale. So you can either solve it better, solve a new problem, solve it in a way which makes it economically viable, and those are all good, effective startups. So if you look at any good startups, you will find that, yeah, this is somewhere kind of resonating with the solution they are offering. But when we actually started to if you look at the start of businesses, when we started this all industrial revolution, and when we started making businesses, we had these, most of them are defined by customer need of that time. And so if you look at industrial revolution, if you look at development model 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, today we are at 5.0, which is driven by automation and AI. If we look at these if you look at these development models, which are fueled by the requirement of humankind at that moment, it has brought us to a point here, and all this while, as we were going through these developmental models, our business schools kept teaching us that the success of a business lies in the bottom line, the profit. If you're making good profits, you are a successful business. How could we, the best of the species, humankind, the Charles Darwin theory, right? Survival of the fittest. We've gone through so much, and how could we as humankind fool us for so long with our short-sightedness? Then the model of development we have is actually development. Look at where it has led us to. After all that we have done so proudly, we have bought ourselves 50 degrees centigrade of Delhi's temperature. Spain is heating up. We have unprecedented floods, we have untimely rains, our agriculture gets wasted, our infrastructure is devastated, we have tremendous disasters happening, we don't have enough disaster recovery management skills right now. And we are facing things which we as the smartest species should not have faced. We cannot be extinct, right? We have faced a lot of worse things. However, and in fact, any guesses on what's the highest temperature that the planet would have recorded in recent? 50 degrees, yes, we would have seen in Delhi, it was briefly there, Spain was heating to 50 degrees. In last couple of days, in a port of Iran, it was recorded as 86 degrees centigrade. It's inhuman, it's unbearable, you cannot survive in those temperatures. How do you build businesses in a dying society? How do you build good businesses in a sick society? What kind of business sense does it make? What kind of investment sense does it make to invest in a dying society? Therefore, it's much more important for us to now stop and redefine what success looks like for a business. Because at the end of the day, economic sustainability is important. But as I don't know how many of you would have heard, but if you would have closely heard this term, triple bottom line, that the profit's no more, the bottom line is no more about profit, it's people, planet, and prosperity. It's given that economic sustainability is important, but how can you develop at the cost of environment, at the cost of society? For so long, a lot of businesses, and I'm not saying all because I still respect some of the businesses who've been very careful of how they have been dealing with environment, of how they've been dealing with society. So with my huge respect to such businesses, majority of them, more than 95% of businesses, have actually never even inculcated or never calculated the cost of natural resources they are using. Who's going to pay for it? You're taking up the natural resources and you are not replenishing it. And those costs, you've presumed water is for free. Today, I don't know if, I can see a lot of people who would probably understand Hindi. My father used to say, "Paisa pani ki tarah mat bahao," which means don't drain money as water. Today, I would tell my kids, पैसा खर्च कर दो तो कर दो, please be careful of how you spend the water because of the access of clean water. You can make more money. I don't know where you get more accessible, drinkable, potable water. And that's becoming a challenge. And that's where we have to sit back and redefine the definition of profit, the definition of business. Technology innovation is a key pillar to these businesses. And like we discussed in Kavisar's session, we discussed in probably Neha's, Tej's, everybody's discussions, that we have probably somewhere missed the real technology innovation in core areas of agriculture, of cattle rearing, of energy. And these are the core pillars, right? We need them. When COVID was there, what did we really need? We needed the energy, the water, the food, the medical supplies. Where is the technology innovation happening there? And if it is happening, why is it not scaling up? So we need to really focus there. We do need to think of startups building in those areas. I was just having a discussion with Manoj sir also here, and I realized today every school, the students of most schools understand what SDGs are. It's a good news. But unfortunately, the implementation of it does not translate into business operations. So we just listen to things, we read things, we know there are some targets, we know it also feels hopeless that sometimes, and that we are not able to achieve it closely. We are not going to be achieving it by 2030, but that's where the role of a mentor, the role of an entrepreneur comes in. As an entrepreneur, if we can translate those knowledge, the information, the understanding into businesses, and if as mentors, we can help these, not only just share knowledge, but spark innovation, nurture those innovations, guide them in a way where we can teach them that, you know what, we can actually make profits while caring for the planet. And that's where the role of sustainability is. That's the kind of entrepreneurship we need. We need entrepreneurship to be, we need businesses to be designed for sustainability. We don't want it as an afterthought. And please do not wait. Whenever you make your businesses, please do not wait for the regulatory bodies to come and tell you that you are supposed to be doing ESGs and SDGs. Please do it as a matter of fact. Do it as a value system. Thank you.
Smita, that was great. पैसा पानी की तरह मत बहाव, उल्टा हो गया वो. Correct. So you made a beautiful point. On that note, I have a question for the entire panel. In the startup world, have we created a community of haves and community of have-nots? In the sense, initially, when we look at the big boom of startups, जो 90,000 ये बता रहे हैं, has it mainly focused on men coming from elite engineering colleges in the bigger cities? Has it ignored women? Has it ignored non-engineers? Has it ignored people in small towns and villages? What should we do in the startup world to impact the lower end of the pyramid so that villages can benefit, agriculture can benefit, everything else can benefit? Where do you think the effort needs to begin?
Yeah, so I think certainly it's true that I think growth hasn't been as inclusive as we would like. So just sharing a statistic, less than 1% VC funding globally goes to women entrepreneurs. That is a very stark statistic, right? And definitely when there's 50% of us, that statistic needs to change and we must challenge it. I think there are a couple of ways to approach this. One is, of course, we need to be inventive and intentional. Because it's all about finding solutions, about how we can aim for growth that is inclusive and sustainable. So we'll have to be intentional about it. We'll have to think about inclusivity and sustainability, of course, right from the policy making stage, but also in our day-to-day operations, how we conduct life. We have to think about it on a personal level and in positions of responsibility, that those are the choices that we are making. And of course, whoever has been left behind, especially women, I think we have to double down our focus there, right? Whether it is the resources, whether it is, within the VC fraternity, VCs know what are the, drivers of successful businesses. So they are, in a way, they are absolute, a reservoir of a lot of knowledge, and women are not able to access that knowledge. So maybe there is a need for greater interaction first, that, women entrepreneurs have to be brought in touch with the VC community to first challenge this statistic about why it is happening, why it is that they don't have so much of an insight into what goes into building a VC scalable business, for example. I think those are places to think about.
Is it lack of money? Is it lack of mentoring? Or is it just that some other ways of confidence boost is required?
See, the problem that we face, particularly with respect to gender gap or with respect to whether it's in VC community or startup founders or whether it is about tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. See, these are legacy gaps. These are not gaps that we just see in entrepreneurship or we just see in VC. These are legacy gaps that we've been carrying as a culture, and not, why India? Why India? It's probably more prevalent in many other nations. And
global,
it's a global situation.
This is a global statistic.
And there, I think the gap is closing down, but not at a pace that we would like to see. Mentoring is key. Access to, see, bottom up, it's a fighting spirit. The entrepreneur is going to reach out to you. But we as the system, we as entrepreneur, people who have finally gotten place on the table, the VCs, the founders who have actually have a voice, how are we doing our bit to reach down to the bottom, top-down approach? That is just as important. And mentoring certainly is a very important way. My hats off to all the incubators and accelerators, the Atal incubation, all the various accelerators who are actually reaching out to those entrepreneurs and making it work. It's going to take time because the size of the problem is humongous. But the intention is clearly there. We can see that the intention is there. The money has started to flow. In fact, so I work closely with Tej and his team. And so let me tell you, fun fact. Tej, will you invest if I say no? If I, in my process, wherever I fit in, I'm not going to disclose that where I fit in, but if I say no, will you invest? He cannot invest. See, and I'll tell you why. Because I do the ESG due diligence for the businesses they invest in, which means sustainability is important. But people like him and his team and many others for whom I work with, and they have their own goals. So VCs today have their own sustainability related goals where they say, we want to give back to the society. We want to give back to the tier 2 communities, tier 3 cities. So in fact, VCs are making extra effort. I know for sure that his team is making an extra effort to reach out to those smaller towns. And in fact, they have done more investments there. But it has to be a little bit more top down, because bottom up, they are trying their best. We have to give credit to whatever they're doing. The gaps are closing, but it's a legacy problem, and the size of problem is much. So for us to notice the change, it's going to take a time.
So, not enough investment in women-founded startups is across the world. We see that.
This is a global statistic.
There's one other thing which is unique in India, moving away from women. When you go down to small towns, I see a language barrier also, which is that startups are expected to pitch in English to the VCs, whereas a lot of people in small towns are not comfortable. I'll give you 2 examples. There was one founder from the Hindi belt. He was trying to pitch, and I knew he was not comfortable. When I told him, why don't you pitch in Hindi? He was a transformed person. Why just here? I was in Mizoram before 3 years ago, and there was a startup at the grassroots doing something on food processing. He did not know any English, any Hindi. He pitched in Mizo. There was a Mizo translator who was translating it, and we got the message. So I think we have to change some of our perceptions also of letting people talk in the language that they're comfortable, because they're solving a local problem. Local problem, local bhasha mein hoti hai, not in English actually.
Absolutely, Shrikant. I was just going to use this word, that this kind of issues that we are facing, that's because we expect everything to be so global. Whereas the problem they may be solving is very local in a very subtle way, and it may be a very effective way of solving it. So it may be scalable when we look at it in a vernacular way, that maybe this solution, it works so well in this region. If we make it in a different language, different place, it could work. So the solution is good. If language is a problem, we need to definitely look at it this way.
Yeah, so I think to your point, I was in Kovalam in Kerala. The 2 points I just want to make on stats. If you look at India has about 110 unicorns. Out of the 110 unicorns, actually 60 of them, the founders are from tier 2, tier 3 towns. They're not from the mainstream town because, you know, tier 8 town guys who have money are lazy. You know, generally we don't invest in a person who actually comes from wealthy family. I mean, that's one of the biases because we want hungry people. And the second thing is, I think the core of the problem on the women point, and then I'll come to the local, lies also in the intake of women in engineering colleges. Because a lot of startups, the first actually level of startups, I'm just talking about India, were built on based of, you know, like you said, founders coming out of IITs. And if you look at IIT class trends, actually the women intake is pretty low. So at IVCAP, you know, at the fund I work there, we actually are reaching out to women entrepreneurs and trying to address that need. On the tier 2, tier 3 town, I think you're absolutely bang on. I don't think there is enough infrastructure, and that's where I guess the government could potentially help to put some, you know, really good sort of incubation centers or through some programs where these people can be educated how to pitch to an investor. Not at like the Shark Tank level, because I hate the concept of Shark Tank because I think it's a useless waste of time with very less outcome. That's good. Many people think like that. I think that rather, if you have to drive, it should be driven at grassroots level, like you said, where the real business is happening and where we can put real infrastructure and get really good founders out of there. So, and also local language. By the way, I'll also make one more statement. A lot of engineers are not good sellers. Yeah. So, you know, you probably are building one of the best patented technology in your lab, but agar aap jo dikhta nahi wo bikta nahi, so if you don't know how to go, where to go, who to pitch to, it will never come to my desk. So I will have no idea what you're doing. So there's a problem there, big problem.
So we have 10 minutes left. Should we just take questions from the audience? Because I think that's only fair to have some questions come in and then we can do a wrap up. Anyone wants to ask a question to any one of the panelists? Otherwise, yeah, go ahead. There's no microphone, or there is?
Hi, sir. Good evening. I have a question to Mr. Kapoor. Sir, as a VC, you are here, and we are young entrepreneurs. We have startups, but I feel like the venture capitalist, I don't know, it's my personal perspective, but out of 100 projects you see, you invest only on one. So our energy gets wasted, our motivation gets down. I don't know, what do you see in a project, then you invest. So can you brief me what exactly you look before you invest? And second question is, there are a lot of startups which needs good investment, but the ROI, what ROI you expect? What is the minimum ROI? It's a very technical question which I'm asking you because I had one-to-one meetings with multiple, as I own a company who is into oil and gas. So basically I met 2-3 venture capitalists, and end of the day I felt like if I get investment from my personal links is much better than wasting time with a VC.
So Tej's question is, why is your rejection rate so high? And what do you look for by way of returns?
Yeah, so rejection rate is high because we are managing other people's money. So they have expectation from us. And I would say out of not even 100, I would say even 500, one is selected, or 1,000 one is selected. That is because we have moral obligation, we are obligated to return capital to the people who have trusted to put their money with us. If it was my capital, I'll give to every startup, believe me, because all of you are doing such amazing work. I think your second point, every fund has their own return criteria. So, the hurdle rate is, minimum is 8%, and then we try to give 35% IRR, which is, hopefully much better than the market or bank rates, because otherwise you can put your money in the bank or market. That's more technical answer. But coming back to your question, I think for every startup guy, not only you, whoever is there, family and friends is the first people to get money from. If they don't buy your idea, then how would an external party buy? तो अगर मुझे अपना startup करना है, मैं सबसे पहले अपने 25 दोस्त के पास जाऊँगा, right? मैं बोलूँगा boss, put money because I'm starting out. So that's not a bad way to start at all. And and then you can obviously look for grants or government related where the return is not the criteria, but it's to support the entrepreneur. So that's the first place to go. And when you are going to the VC, like I said, there's a huge gap which is there on how you present, what you present, where do you present, so all that is still, we are in the process of sort of learning the whole cycle, right? So I think it will improve, it's improving, but it will take a long time. It's not going to happen.
I'm glad you touched upon government grants. Most startups don't know that almost every ministry of the government today has grant, loan and equity schemes. And a lot of that is in Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Information Technology and Electronics. And there are a variety of schemes where the funds are disbursed through incubators, and I personally sit on the bodies of several of these incubators. And I can see the number of startups who benefit from it. He's absolutely right. The first port of call has to be family and friends. If they don't trust you, don't have confidence in you, why would VCs have confidence in you? And then there are the government funding agencies, which also will go through a stringent evaluation criteria, because taxpayer money cannot again be given out lightly. It has to be a rigid evaluation.
And Shrikant, just to add to these, if I may, see, why should every business be funded by a VC? There are certain criteria, like, of course, Tej mentioned, and you would otherwise understand that there is a high rejection rate, because clearly they have a certain criteria for choosing businesses. There are other ways of funding, like he already mentioned grants, and there could be, there are other, again, individual investors, HNIs, there are various ways, there are banks, there are venture debts, there are various ways of actually investing, getting investment. But most importantly, if we are actually talking about, and this is not just for you, I want to leave this thought with most of the aspiring entrepreneurs, run after the customer money. The VC money is good, it will come in. If you have good traction, it will come in. Run after the customer's money. And please make use of friends and family, grants and all of it. But at the end of the day, there are very excellent examples like Zerodha, like Zoho. We have great examples of bootstrapped companies doing very well. And if your solution is something that needs money for growth, for scaling up, yes, then it makes sense for you to go to a VC kind of situation. But otherwise, I think there are various other ways. You should not wait for a VC to accept your idea and then you build on it. Please build your solutions, and if it's got good customer money, the VC money will follow. And there is, on the previous question that we were talking about tier 2, tier 3, so many city and towns, we want entrepreneurs to be there. Not every business will then be funded by VC. We want so many entrepreneurs, we want so many businesses, we want so many startups. Do we think all of them are going to be raised by VCs? That's probably not going to happen. We may need to look at more micro VC network. We may need to look at more locally, funded businesses very differently. A whole different model of raising such such businesses. So please, VC money is good to have, very awesome, and you get a lot of media coverage for it. But that's not the only source of money.
Yeah. Very well said. Anyone else? Last
Thank you.
question.
My name is Marcela Chapa from Mexico, from the academia sector at international relations, but currently specializing in socio-ecological transformation. And I wanted to ask a question about maybe to share success stories about this thing of SDGs actually transforming in business operations, or preferred mechanisms that you choose to actually fund.
We'll be very happy to do it. In fact, you should look up a government site. We have, I think it's from DST, Manthan. I do not know who owns this platform from the government, but you should look up Manthan, which is a site. And in fact, right after this panel, I can come and share the details. India has some very beautiful stories on business transformations with respect to SDGs. The challenge I only see is the scale. We need to, kind of scale up those. But yes, I will be happy to share some stories with you for sure.
So no questions from the audience. I have one final question for the panel. This whole thing about mentoring, entrepreneurship, and particularly women entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs from the non-privileged classes, What do you think are the collaboration possibilities across G20 to do this? Because I'm sure this is not an issue unique to India alone. You mentored startups in other countries, you've seen that. What do you think are those 2 or 3 things that collectively the G20 should do to be able to drive this kind of change across? Let's take women entrepreneurship as an example. What are the 2 or 3 things you would recommend?
I mean, as I said, entrepreneurship has such a global character now, right? So there is so much scope for cross-border collaboration on various fronts. As I mentioned, I think one of the areas that we can definitely look at is market access. And we ourselves at Meritex Ventures are working towards collaboration on these fronts. So we do work with the Canadian Startup Visa Program for innovative startups, for example. So similar initiatives are there in place, and I think we can also reach out for similar initiatives within the G20 countries, right, to access each other's markets and to support entrepreneurs on that quest. I think that is one thing. And for mentorship also, we can have collaborative platforms, for other kind of resource leveraging across these different countries.
Actually, Shrikant, I had the opportunity to, as you know, work in the US, and I worked with a fund in South Africa, then a fund in UK, then a fund in China and India. So I feel entrepreneur, especially in the startup world, there's so much to learn from each and every geography. And whatever we are building, some other person is, also Africa, by the way, is building somewhere else. So if there is a, and then maybe our government can take the initiative of creating one repository, and also if I am, let's say, working on a, agri project in robotics, which are the other few, sort of companies which have done the same and have scaled in other part of geography. We do that research ourselves as VCs. But I think if there is something like that, it could be pretty...
So knowledge sharing, market access are 2 things that come to your mind. Yeah. Smita?
Yeah, and just to add to it, small brag point too, but last year we were India's official representation to G20 at Indonesia, Bali for digital innovation and sustainability. And when we went there, we realized that the nature of problems that the entrepreneurs face, the mentors want to talk about, are very similar. India is blessed to have a startup ecosystem thriving under the current leadership in the way it is right now, because we've been significantly able to improve our scale. We've been able to improve the quality of solutions we are building. Now when we look at cross-border collaboration, the nature of problem, so we can actually share of course the knowledge and the skills, but if you look at the solutions that we are building for similar countries, so Brazil has very similar issue as India in terms of the biofuel. We have very similar, they have sugarcane fields as we do. We have very similar problems in terms of flooding with various European countries now. American states which never used to flood are flooding now. We have been seeing this for a while. Similarly, there are states which have other problems that India is beginning to face now, which earlier India did not face. So we are getting to a point where this whole geographic map, we are able to spot the same problem in various locations. How about we come together towards, and very similar demography also, population demography also. How about we develop similar solution for cleaning air, for cleaning water, all of it, and then share it which makes it more economically viable.
I just want to add one point. It's not just we have to learn from them, but they can learn from us. Like I get calls from my colleagues in, who have been in different countries, explain me about UPI. So I just wanted to say, we have also to give back.
Yeah, UPI is a remarkable foundation that we've laid in India.
UPI is obviously popular, but let me tell you, where on the planet is the cheapest solar energy generated? Yeah. It's my country here, right? Yeah. So maybe there is something you can learn from it. So it's again, if the nature of problem is common, we can probably come together and build common solutions.
So Meeta ji and Pankaj ji, 3 things for your communicate: knowledge sharing, market access, and sharing of common problems across the G20. I think you have 3 points for your communique. Hopefully you'll use them. So I'd like to end the note by saying we've had a beautiful discussion. I think we all believe passionately that entrepreneurship is going to create jobs, is going to create the economies of the future. But to build successful entrepreneurs, we need mentoring of all kinds, peer-to-peer, senior to junior, junior to senior, and we need to change the way we work. If we do that, I think there's a bright future for G20. Thank you for your time, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shrikant Shastri, for moderating this session. And we thank our other speakers, Mr. Tej Kapoor, Ms. Neha Malhotra, and Ms. Smita Mishra. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had a thought-provoking session on mentoring entrepreneurs and the future of work. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lunch break. Post-lunch, we'll resume with our sessions. There's much more to come, I must tell you this. So please do join us after the lunch. Thank you for now. Thank you.
Ma'am, what is the
And now for the next session, may I invite Mr. Arun Anant from Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University. Sir, please come onto the dais. And the theme for this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Artificial Intelligence in School and College Curriculum. Thank you.
Yes.
What are called as Alochika?
Thank you all. I'll do another introduction in a short while, but in the meantime, let me call my fellow panelists. I have with me here Ajitesh Pandey, who's a student of IIT BHU. I also have here with me Mr. Shailesh Kumar. Shailesh Kumar is the Chief Data Scientist with Reliance Jio and also an alumnus of IIT BHU. I'd like to call on stage Niyati Srivastav, current student, final year student. Utkarsh Mishra, also a student of IIT BHU. And finally, Sudhanshu Mittal, an alumnus of the Institute, and currently also heading the Center for IoT and Artificial Intelligence at NASCOM. I think we might start. Yeah. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Once again, the advantage of doing an event like this is that we get to meet a lot of people from all over the world. And if there's anything that I learned over the last 30 hours, it is marhaba, bonjour, prache masse, bienvenido, debro poshovat, and of course, vanakkam in Tamil, and good afternoon to all of you. And sitting here in Varanasi, namaskar. We are honored to have this opportunity to talk about artificial intelligence in the sector of education, especially in schools and colleges. And once again, I must thank the Ministry of Youth Affairs, in particular the Director of in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Shri Pankaj Singh, for giving us this opportunity. One of the points that was discussed earlier was the role of women and how important it is to get women into the mainstream. I am associated with IIM Nagpur, and I'm aware that 42% of the students in IIM Nagpur are women. But today we have here amongst us the director of IIM Raipur. Director, sir, if you could just stand up for a second. Of the 2024 batch that is graduating, 62% of all the students are women. There was no rule, there was no farman, but the institute did it by themselves. So a big congratulations to you. I really wish more people had already come in, because that deserved to be heard by a good 100 people, even as they are trickling in. We've heard a lot about AI, but I think one thing that all of us need to understand is technology is here to stay. And if technology is here to stay, it quite simply means that we must embrace it. I am sure most of you have seen the film Oppenheimer, released a couple of weeks back. That was all about science. Science could be used for good, science can be used for bad. It's then a question of how we as people put it all together, right? So one of the key initiatives of us in India has been, even as artificial intelligence has been rolled out, it has been preceded by, in some senses, one, the national education policy, and also by the national youth policy. And quite simply, that means that the technology that is being rolled out is coming in with a lot of thinking behind it and a lot of policy behind it. And more recently, only as of 2 weeks back, we've had the privacy digital policy. So first comes the technology, then comes the policy, and then after that, we talk about regulation and enforcement. With all of these legs kicking in very well, we can be pretty sure that AI is going to get rolled out and create a lot of opportunities for us in the world. Let me start with some examples. Picture this in a bustling city, a small town in India. There is a girl called Avni. She is extremely curious, she's extremely creative, and she's waiting to scale the walls beyond her village. And what do we have? We have artificial intelligence, which enables her with adaptive assessment, with intelligent tutoring systems, which allows her to set herself free. Going more, say in a small town, there's a person called Ibrahim in Sudan. He wants to know what's happening, not just in and around his country, but he wants to know what's happening in the world. Today, he has access to teachers from any university in India, in Singapore, in the US, in Europe, whatever have you, right? Quite often when we talk about education, we'll end up talking about students, but I think what is possibly more important are the teachers, right? Because one great teacher can create 1 million good students. So what is it that AI can do for teachers? In particular, can it ease up their heavy-duty admin work? Can it help them in focusing more on we are, then an important aspect is, of course, inclusivity. We've heard about that in some form or the other. So if there is a person with a learning disability, is it possible for such a student to get personalized assistance? And once again, AI can make a significant contribution there, right? Finally, my friends, the moment you come into data, come into AI, it's all about data, data, data. So how can this data be used for analytical insights? How can data be used for predictive insights? Can data tell us in advance which students, which cohort, in which town, which subject are likely to drop out and why? And in the process, a lot of interventions can be done as the percentage of literacy, the literacy percentage keeps increasing in the country. And of course, I think we all know what are the downsides of AI. One is, of course, data privacy. ensuring that AI remains unbiased is another important aspect. We hope to address some of that also today. I'll now get my panel to start talking about it. We start with Ajitesh Pandey. Ajitesh Pandey will talk a little more about how the National Education Policy and National Youth Policy converges with AI, and how does that have a bearing on AI in education. We start with that, and then we move to Shailesh Kumar, and then we'll go forward post that. Thank you. Over to you.
So, greetings to all the delegates, officials, and all the attendees present here. Till now in the sessions, you would have heard a lot about AI, ML, their applications, but how we as the youth of a country can actually use artificial intelligence to make our future ready. Well, India has been very quick in realizing the immense potential of AI. And it's highly emphasized in the new Indian education policy and the curriculum of Central Board of Secondary Education. I'll start by giving a small basic example that there's an AI lab which powered by the AI School of India, which teaches students from class 6 to 12th about machine learning and robotics. Now, I hope that everyone present here would have liked to know about machine learning robotics from such a small age, isn't it? Well, our future generations would. That brings me to an important point that we all here speak different languages from different countries. Like in India itself, there are 22 official languages. And in other countries as well, there may be many languages and dialects. But what is the language do you think that we learn the most in? Like, when we are taught in English, or French, Spanish, Hindi? Has anyone has an answer to that? Actually, there's no answer to this, universal answer to this question. We learn the most when we are taught in our own native mother tongue, that is our native local language. Indian national education policy has emphasized a lot on imparting education using mother tongue. Well, you will ask me how? Like, we cannot have like 10 professors teaching the same thing in 10 different languages. That is not at all cost efficient. That is where actually AI will come into existence. Like, you know, with speech translation systems and NLP tools, natural language processing tools, we can actually translate all the course materials, course videos, academic journals into all these regional languages. Well, you will say that Duolingo or the other speech translation systems do that. But translating a book with so many scientific terms and mathematical equations is completely different. But I'm proud to tell you that India has launched a central government platform, Swayam, which has these courses offered in different languages. Like if you want to take a course in any language, say Bengali, Gujarati, you can take it. And it's actually bridging the gap and focusing on equitable education. Well, what else can AI do? Like, can AI robots replace professors? Well, can anyone have a guess to it? Well, if I say yes, my Arun sir will get angry at me that how can it be? But at the time being and for many more years, AI cannot replace professors. You cannot do that yet. But using AI, you can actually help the professors by providing personalized education. How? For example, I am a student, and my friend Keita from Japan, he's also a student. He's very good in maths. I'm not so good. We go to the same class. We are taught the same thing. He understands it very well. I'm not able to. And mind you that in some colleges and schools, there are like 100, 200 students per professor. It's not possible for him to give personalized education. Well, this is where AI comes into existence. We all know about personalized learning and these apps where we can track our progress about what all videos we have watched today, what all content we have consumed today, where are we lacking. And it can actually tell us that, yes, these are the scopes of improvement for you. And this is all done through machine learning predictive models and classification models. And it doesn't stop here. Using generative AI, which is gaining quite importance these days, we can have personalized course materials for us as well, where we can get to know about adaptive assessments for us, the videos on topics which we actually lack in. So I hope with this personalized education, no student of our country actually lacks due to not so much of attention from his professor. I would like to conclude with that Indian national education policy emphasizes a lot on upskilling. And well, it's good to upskill our students in artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning. But that's not the gist of it. It's important that the teachers who actually are going to teach AI in various domains, not let engineering in any other domain, be it law or social sciences, they should be taught that how AI can be used in that particular field. And they should be made aware that AI is not going to take their job, but it's here to make their job easy. That is, for example, there are routine tasks like taking attendances that can be replaced by biometric systems. And we have like assessments which have to be checked by the professors or the TAs. But we can have AI and NLP technologies for objective and subjective assessments. And I would like to say that, yes, being a child of a mother who is a government teacher, I know about all these schemes which Indian government has started with apps such as Diksha, where the teachers are actually trained on how to impart educations to the students in a better way. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ajitesh. I think you made two key points here. One is personalization. And I think a more important point is that children learn the most when they are taught in their mother tongue. And that artificial intelligence can bridge that gap and make a significant contribution in the space. So I now would request Shailesh to share his thoughts. As I mentioned earlier, Shailesh is the Chief Data Scientist with Reliance Jio. And most of us know that Jio works on scale and creating a large impact. And Shailesh, would like you to share on why is AI important in education? Because it's not only about application of AI, but other educators need to know more about AI and see how that can be rolled out. What are the areas that one must look at, and if you could share some of your experience around that?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome to all the dignitaries and delegates. So I started my teaching journey when I was in 8th grade. I used to hope that the teacher is not present in the class today so I could teach. So I used to learn to teach so that I can learn the subject better. So my journey in education started very early. And I've been very fortunate to be a teacher first and a data scientist later. So I've been teaching throughout my last 20 years. More than 50,000 data scientists I have trained in online and offline mode. So I kind of sit between the world of education and the world of AI and data science. And I wanted to share two broad themes today. One is, what is the role of AI in education? And second is what AI education should look like. And these are two very important questions that we'll dabble about. So let's talk about education itself first. If you look at how education has evolved over the last 10,000 years, right? And I call it, today's education system is, education 4.0. So let's look at the journey of education as a theme, because education defines a civilization. So education 1.0, if you look at the golden period of Indian civilization, we used to have rishis in the ashrams. Students would go to them And that education was highly personalized. You know, the 5 Pandavas did not learn the same skill. They all learned different skills. So the education was highly personalized. There was a very one-on-one interaction with the professor or the rishis. It was high quality education. Only the greatest of the greatest were, you know, considered the teachers of that time. But it was, you know, very high quality, very personalized education, but it was not accessible to the masses because not everybody was able to attend those gurukuls. You know, access and accessibility was not present, right? Scale was not there. So that was education 1.0. Then, you know, after the Industrial Revolution, we had education 2.0. And we are all, you know, victims of that education system, which was actually designed to produce factory workers at mass scale. So if you think about the modern education system that we are all part of, it's a one-size-fits-all, you know, very scalable education system where, you know, you are stuck with a curriculum, you're stuck with a teacher, you're learning at the same pace as everybody else is learning, you're learning from the same books as everybody else is learning, and this education system has served us very well for the last 200 years, but there's a lot that can be done to improve it, right? And the purpose of that education system was really to mass produce factory workers, not mass produce Nobel laureates, not mass produce, you know, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. We were producing factory workers, and that's what we see the last 200 years of education system did. And we are still, you know, doing it. It has served us well, but now the time has changed. New education systems are coming. So that was education 2.0. Education 3.0 is with the beginning of digital revolution. You know, all the Courseras and the Khan Academies and the YouTubes and the upgrades have come now. And that has completely transformed the way we think about education now. You actually don't have to go to a physical building to get educated. You can go online and get educated. Today you have courses all the way from kindergarten to PhD offered online in a hybrid mode, right? So I think that is a very big transformation that has happened. And if I look at education 2.0, we achieved scale, but we reduced quality. We reduced personalization. It was a one-size-fits-all education. With education 3.0, we achieved quality again. Now the best faculties in the world are teaching everybody on the planet. A classroom size is 1 million, not 30 students. And that's a huge revolution that has happened thanks to Khan Academies and Courseras who have pioneered this revolution. And in every country, I think this movement has to, you know, become more and more official and more pervasive so the masses can be educated through an online system, which is very high quality, highly accessible, almost free of cost. And then we will achieve the true vision of, you know, universal education for all. Now, what is education 4.0? So the education 4.0 is what is coming now, which is what we talked about, personalized education. So it's not enough to have one content teaching the whole world. It's not enough that everybody should study at the same pace. We need to bring a level of personalization. And if you look at the modern digital systems that we use, right? If you go to YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn or Netflix, every one of those apps are highly personalized. What you see is very unique. What the other person sees is very unique. Now, it is a pity that we have personalized all the digital commercial software, but we have not personalized the most important thing that was supposed to be personalized, which is education. And that's the next 5 years, 10 years, is going to be about personalized education at scale. So what does it mean? So there are 4 or 5 elements to personalization. I'll just delve a little deeper. So the first is what I call curriculum personalization. So the idea is, if I'm good at subjects A, B, C, I can study topic D, but if somebody else is good at some other subjects, P, Q, R, they can study some other topic. And it all depends on how you build up the next thing given the previous thing. So today, we study the same thing at the same pace, but with personalized curriculums, students can eventually learn the whole thing, but different things at a different time. So that is curriculum personalization. The second is content personalization. We talked about language. We are a content-rich civilization now, but which content is best for me? Is it in my language? Is it teaching me in the way I learn, not somebody else's learn? So the idea is content can be highly personalized. Third is practice and homework can be personalized. Today, every child gets the same homework. And the smart kids do it very easily. They are bored. The medium kids struggle. And the kids who are behind, they don't know what to do with it. But if you can adapt the homework to this child, every child can be brought to the same level in mastering that concept, right? So adaptive practice and adaptive homework is going to be a very big area of personalized education. And the last one is what I call adaptive sectioning. So I was in one of the Delhi schools. They wanted to adopt AI, and there were a lot of teachers there. And I asked them, what is your biggest challenge as a teacher? Everybody agreed on one point. The biggest challenge is the diversity in the classroom. They have to deal with kids who are ahead, who are in the middle, and who are behind, and they have to try to teach in a way that everybody benefits. That's one of the most difficult parts of a teacher's job in a classroom world. So the next thing AI will do, will be able to now imagine, resection every group of students and say, you guys are very similar based on your assessment. You go in section A, you go in section B, because you guys are very similar in what you know, what you're struggling with. And once we create homogeneous clusters, there is no such thing as a fixed section. Every week, the sections of every subject can be adapted. And this is the new way of thinking about education, which is a digital, physical education. The digital part of education is all about self-learning, homeworks, adaptive practice, and the physical part of education is learning in the classroom in a very customized section, and doing hackathons together, doing projects together, solving problems together. So I think the face of education is about to transform very rapidly with the advent of AI. Now let me address the other questions about who should study AI. We are talking about now, I'll shift to the other part, which is, who should study AI and what should the curriculum of AI look like. So the first, thing to think about is, like mathematics is a horizontal. It doesn't matter whether you want to be an architect or a doctor or an electrician or an engineer or a data scientist. Mathematics and languages are horizontal skills. Similarly, AI is a horizontal skill. It is not a skill that only a small group of people like data scientists should study. Everybody should get a sense of what is AI. They may become a data scientist or not, but a doctor should know what is AI. A lawyer should know what is AI. And an architect should know what is AI, because in the coming days, AI will become an all-pervasive technology. And those who are left behind, who don't understand the AI thinking and the AI mindset, will be left behind, right? So this is a very important upskilling moment for humanity, especially with ChatGPT and all that we need to really transform the way we think about how we do education. Who should study AI? The answer is everyone, 6th graders to everyone, to the right level of this thing, right? And the last topic I want to cover is what are the skill sets that are needed in the future? So today when we think of a data scientist, the skill sets are different. 5 years ago, the skill sets are different. And 5 years from now, the skill sets will be very different. That is the pace at which AI is evolving. So, there are hard skills and soft skills. I want to talk about hard skills we all understand, right? Data thinking, algorithmic thinking, deployment and engineering thinking, that we all understand. That's what we are teaching today. But as an industry person who goes out to interview people, who hires and upskill people in the job, one of the most important skill set that is missing is what I call the formulation thinking. So today, the idea is people know how to build models and deploy models, but people don't know which models to build. And that is a gap. What I see is when the boss says, I want to increase my market share, I want to reduce my churn, I want to increase my efficiency of my operations. They are not data science questions, they are business questions. And we need people who can translate business questions into an AI architecture. This is called the art of formulation. How do you formulate a business problem into an AI architecture? That is a missing skill. Building models has been automated now. 12th graders are building models, so there's no greatness in building models. But thinking about the AI architecture of a world is very important. So the soft skills we want to teach is formulation thinking, system thinking. How do you put a smart city together? It's easy to build a search engine, but how do you put a refinery and AI for refinery or AI for a smart city or agriculture ecosystem of the country? So the system thinking and formulation thinking are going to become very critical skills as we go along. So let me pause here and
thank you, Shailesh.
I
think some very interesting insights. Both of it was very relieving and reassuring. One is education used to be personalized. We moved to assembly line, and AI just brings back the personalization. So in some senses, it is just the circle of life. So I think that's wonderful. I think the other point that you made is you don't, at least what I got out of it is that you don't need to know coding to be in AI. Which personally for me is very, very important because I don't know the A, B, C, and I can't even say C. I don't know the A and B of coding, and Python for me is still a snake. So that's also rather reassuring. We now move to Niyati. It is quite incidental that she's sitting in the center. I'd like her to share with us what has been the experience at IIT BHU on artificial intelligence and what's some of the work that you and your institute is doing.
Good afternoon. So I'll start by sharing some of the examples of startups that have been established by students around me. These are my seniors, my juniors, my classmates at IIT BHU. So students of IIT BHU have built a startup called Stimular. Stimular helps in preparation for IELTS exam. This AI-based startup has received $1 million seed funding from Lightspeed, Kanasha, and many others. It boasts over 200,000 users from 200 different countries. There's another AI-based startup called Texter AI. Texter AI is an AI co-pilot for search engine optimization. So it basically optimizes website content using artificial intelligence. Besides these, there are many other AI-based startups like Black Dots, which is an algo trading platform, and many others that have been ideated and built by us, the students of IIT BHU. If there's so much innovation in AI, we can imagine how much potential there is in the students of universities here. I've been the Joint Secretary of Club of Programmers. I'm part of the AI ML division of the club. So I've seen 3 batches, including mine, learn AI from scratch themselves with the guidance from seniors. In order to showcase our learnings, we organize Inter-IT Tech Meet every year. Inter-IT Tech Meet has domains, problem statements in various domains, and majority of them are associated with artificial intelligence. So we get to solve some of the most interesting industrial level problem statements using AI. I won silver in one of the Inter-IT Tech Meets in my second year, where the problem statement was given by Bosch AI. If there's so much innovation in AI, we can imagine the growth we can witness in future if every single student in every university is aware of the potential of artificial intelligence. Every year in India alone, around 65 lakh students graduate. Out of these, 15 lakh are engineering grads. Hence, AI needs to be made a mandatory course in the first year itself in all professions, like C programming is a compulsory course for all engineering branches. This will ensure that artificial intelligence reaches the lives of all the youths at a very early stage. At later stages, we can shift from the courses being general AI that is same for all professions to it being specific to that profession. This can be done by building projects in that profession or being taught tools that are relevant to that professions. AI can further be extended back to schools. Relevant AI-driven tools help a lot in different professions, and the potential of these tools need to be taught at school level so that students are well equipped with skills in order to use them in the future. The Andhra Pradesh government has proposed to introduce artificial intelligence and its tools like ChatGPT and machine learning as a part of course curriculum. Around 41 lakh students in the school, state government school system will start learning artificial intelligence and its tools. AI can also help in education, aiding education. As Dr. Shailesh sir rightly pointed out the imperative benefits of personalized learning, we also need to consider that more than 83% of schools are located in rural India. And in most cases, the requirements and the resources in rural areas are very different from the urban areas. Hence, we need e-learning platforms like Mindspark that uses data analytics and artificial intelligence to customize the content according to the students using it. This will also serve the pain points of lack of teachers and use of Indian languages in remote areas. As we start learning AI, we also need a community to deliberate and discuss doubts. This is when we require centers of artificial intelligence in every institute for every person. And these centers need to be accessible by even the beginner level people in the institute. For example, in IIT BHU, there's a technological innovation hub that addresses the area of data analytics and predictive technologies. Their main goal is to skill development, human resource development, and nurture the startups through entrepreneurship programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Niyati. And I like it that you're talking about how AI can be extended from engineering colleges to educating across all the educational fields. I'll now request Utkarsh to talk about a little bit about ethics in AI and inclusivity in AI.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Please look alive. I was told that after lunch is a good time for a panel discussion than before lunch. So I would like everyone to be awake. So we had a good discussion as to how AI is helping education and how do we teach AI in schools and to small kids and children who are still growing up. I would now like to take you through the AI landscape in the college curriculum as I see it. And there's an old saying that says that if you don't understand a problem, you can't solve it. So let me take you through example. So during my research intern at Technical University of Darmstadt in Germany, I worked on problems of surgical instrument tracking, reducing the exposure of patients and the surgeon by X-rays, using predictive modeling and other deep learning models. What I came to conclude from my experience was two things. First is mango, the fruit, unites everyone in the world more than anything else. And we named our device Mango after it. And the second thing that we learned was that even with my fairly decent knowledge of deep learning before that, I could never have thought of solutions in the medical domain. So I could never have thought that needle tracking could be done using computer vision, or that I could reduce X-ray exposure of surgeons and patients. After returning, I've worked on problems of load prediction, problems of power fault detection using deep learning models. And I'm sure there are problems in every sector. So my friend Christos here from Switzerland, he's a doctor, and we were discussing what kind of problems he faces during surgery. Bader in the back, he is a gemologist, so he studies gems, and I'm sure there are problems in problems in analyzing structures, problems in analyzing images, which can very easily be solved by artificial intelligence. But the fact that it's not taught is a big problem, and we need to solve that. Apart from that, I think there are places in sociology, anthropology, philosophy, where you can introduce AI concepts. For example, anthropology can very well help us understand how cultures evolve, how linguistics and grammar relate to different languages at different times. Having said that, I'm completely aware that you can't teach everything of artificial intelligence to everyone. So I'm not expecting everyone to know the basic mathematics, to know everything about AI and deployment and everything. But definitely there has to be some thought as to what needs to be taught. So computer vision makes more sense for fields like agricultural sciences, fields like material sciences, where the problems are how fast can this material heal, how fast will this crop go bad. And in problems of sociology, philosophy, problems of anthropology, linguistics, grammar, we're trying to find connection between text and the literature. I think natural language processing is a very relevant field. So you don't teach computer vision to a person who needs natural language processing, and you don't teach otherwise. Now, having said that, I'll move on to the other thing. So apart from my love for deep learning and research, one thing I'm fascinated by are movies. And if everyone here has been keeping up, Oppenheimer has been creating a lot of buzz. Apart from the brilliant direction by Christopher Nolan, the brilliant music, and no use of CGI, and everything that Arun sir said, but it raises a very important question. And the question is, does the fact that someone develops a technology gives him or her the right to decide how it's used? And the answer is definitely no. So we need to understand that the leaders of tomorrow, the policymakers of tomorrow, the people who are going to be in power, who are going to be taking decisions, cannot only be computer scientists. They can not be people from Google, from Facebook, from OpenAI alone. They need to be people who are lawyers, who are doctors, who are studying philosophy, psychology, who know every field to their own right. And definitely they don't need to learn the technical aspects of it. What they need to learn is that how is it going to impact the society and what economical implications does it carry. It's very sad to hear that people casually sit around and say that, 25 million jobs are going to go away with AI. Do we really need that? We have a huge population right now. We have a good workforce. It's humorous to see people just throwing away numbers that 40 million jobs, 30 million jobs. These are going away. AI is the future. That's wrong. And it's not just me saying this. Yoshua Bengio, he's one of the co-founders of neural networks and AI as we know of it today. He said in his recent interview that he's not a policymaker. He's a computer scientist. And even then, he's taking on to himself to decide how much of AI technology needs to be deployed, how relevant it is, and it comes with a lot of problems in deployment. There's the issue of fairness, bias, errors, and everything that comes with it. So we need to decide that if we don't want another SAG-AFTRA strike like it's happening in the United States of America right now, as we speak, where actors are protesting against the use of generative AI, where they're replacing actors, you could be looking it into your own field. It's a matter of years from now. And do we really need that? The answer is a clear no. So we need to decide what of AI and how its societal impacts and what kind of implications does adopting a technology bring in. There's two differences, building a technology and using a technology cannot be the sole right of the builder.
That's fantastic, Utkarsh. I think he's making 2 points here. One is how to build the technology and then how to utilize it.
So I would like to conclude with a shlok from the Hindu scriptures which says that Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah, which loosely translates to the fact that God being one still takes 3 forms in the Hindu mythology to control the world. So one power, Brahma, creates things, Vishnu runs things, and Shiva destroys the things that don't go according to plan. So we need to decide who creates the technology, who adopts it, and we need legislative intervention at international and local level to decide whether or not it is useful and helpful to the general society and public at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Utkarsh. A special announcement, the Member of Parliament is joining us and he would like to talk and give his views on the subject. So, okay, not yet. So in the meantime, Sudhanshu is a senior person at NASSCOM. He knows how to, NASSCOM, as all of you know how to roll out technology to the country. So I'd like you to share some insights.
Thank you, Arun. I mean, all the fellow panelists have talked a lot about all those various areas that can be covered using AI, especially in terms of skilling, personalized skilling, and then the regional language skilling, different languages, and also not really much left for me to talk about that. But then there was one important point which was raised by Shailesh as to who all should be studying about the AI. Of course, the degrees are going to be different. Those who are doing the curriculum development will go very deep. Those who are doing the technology development will go very deep into the specifics, into algorithms, doing the programming and everything. And then those who are using it, it's important for them also to learn about what technology can do. At NASSCOM, my responsibility is what we call the digital transformation of the user entities in the area of manufacturing and the healthcare. And one of the things which is there I face all the time is that those who are at the end user side, they do not really understand as to what technology can do, can really do, and as a result, they are, apart from being not knowledgeable, they are also hesitant in adopting the technology. Now, as we have said, that this AI is going to be there, it is here to stay. So it is important for the practicing persons in different domains to learn about that. And I have taken some of the examples there as a reference only, that how the AI can help, for instance, in legal profession.
Sudhanshu, we'll end with one example, yeah?
Okay.
Because we're running out of time.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I will take simple example. That for lawyers, a lot of time goes in elementary activities like contract drafting or contract validation. A basic level activity which can be done by the AI-based tool. Something like ChatGPT is reasonably strong, and then there are more strong tools available which can do the basic job of contract drafting and even the contract validation. Of course, after that, once the AI engine has done its job, the lawyer has to actually validate, because at times it ends up making mistake also, because it is collecting its inputs from so many different type of sources. So there are bias into that, and there are mistakes also. But then at least half of the work, or perhaps 60% of the work of a lawyer who is or a paralegal person can be done. So the person starts becoming much more efficient. Another single example in the medical profession. So there are all type of X-rays and MRIs and CAT scans which are used. And then the physicians which are there, they spend their time in studying the report and identifying and doing the diagnosis. AI-based solutions which are already there in the market can be used to point out where to look. I mean, the solution will not make any judgment or final decision. Doctor will do that, of course. But then it can help by pointing out the doctor to look at the specific area, that this is what I have seen, and why don't you look at that and see whether what I'm saying does it make sense or not. Similarly, there are areas for the accountants and the government professionals. I will not talk about that because we are short of time.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I know. When you call someone from NASSCOM, he has a million thoughts and experiences. So we can go till the end of the day and tomorrow. But guys, please catch him in the next tea session and get some deep insights. Once again, we'd have loved to do some Q&A, but I think we don't have the time. Tapasya, handing over to you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Arunananji. And I'm really sorry, my apologies, because we have certain time constraints, so we have to go by. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you. So we had discussion on artificial intelligence in school and college curriculum by Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, moderated by Mr. Arunananji. And we would also like to thank Dr.
the youth icon, one amongst us, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Tejasvi Surya ji. Give him a big round of applause, guys. Namaste, Tejasvi ji.
Namaste, Kunal bhai. Namaste, and thank you to you and your whole team. Thank you.
Before we start the session, before I give the mic to Tejasvi ji, I'll introduce him. He has been the beacon of hope, the youngest member of parliament from Bengaluru South constituency. He was elected in the 17th Lok Sabha only at the age of 28. As an elected representative from Bengaluru, he envisions the city to be what we know it is, the startup capital of India. He envisions it to become one of the biggest economic powerhouses in the country, leading in the field of technological services. Shri Tejasvi Surya has a bold and dynamic approach towards serving as an efficient administrator, resolving complicated problems, and addressing grave civic issues. From effectively raising issues of regional and national importance in the parliament and firm advocate for India's data sovereignty by being a member of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology and a joint Parliamentary Committee on the Personal Data Protection Bill. Shri Tejasvi Surya ji has utilized every opportunity to give equal focus to legislative roles, deliberative roles, and developmental roles. He has engaged in various discussions on youth and youth-centric activities with several top ambassadors of foreign nations in India. He has always aspired for holistic transformation and progress of all sectors, namely from agriculture to education, from aviation to railways, from IT, and from soil to space. Tejasvi Surya ji is one amongst us, and through him, he is encouraging every youth to represent their constituency, their region in legislature, in political parties, by promoting symmetrical participation of youth across all governance sectors, and to ensure adequate representation of young women and indigenous communities through systematic positive discrimination in the lower levels, eliminating discrimination in the lower levels of governance, drawing lessons from successful models in India's panchayati elections. And without further ado, I hand over to Shri Tejasvi Surya for his remarks. Tejasvi ji.
Thank you so much, Kunal bhai. Thank you so much to all the organizers for having given me this opportunity to come amongst all of you and share my thoughts on an issue that is close to not only my heart, but is something that is of prime importance to a young democracy like India. supporting the research in the country by starting the National Research Foundation for the first time. All of these are measures taken to make sure that the young of India, the youth of India, are provided multiple opportunities to strengthen themselves educationally, financially, and are in a position to contribute to create a very prosperous and a more equal and a more competitive society for tomorrow. This is the larger vision of the Prime Minister, where attempts are being made to encourage young people to come to politics by breaking the glass ceilings which were imposed in the form of dynastic politics, by encouraging affirmative action to bring in more youngsters, especially young women, to electoral positions in panchayats, in urban municipal governance organizations, by decreasing the age limits in the political party that the Prime Minister leads, is fostering more young people to join a political party and take up leadership positions. The government is also focusing the young people of India as the focus of all of its policies, because we realize that as the country that houses 1/5 of the world's youth population, the more stronger, the more financially independent, the more educationally competent our young people become, the more competent and the more prosperous the country will become as a whole. So this is largely the action that the government has taken. The country's thinking has been on how to engage more young people in politics, how to give them a voice, how to make them, how to make their natural leadership emerge and give them larger platforms to lead the society, both at the political level, at the business levels, and at the levels of societal leadership. I would only want to say this and conclude that the youth represents change, the youth represents dynamism, the youth always represents an attitude of getting things done. Throughout the world, whether it is in the United States, whether it was the civil liberties movement, whether it was the movement that was in South Africa that was led by Nelson Mandela, or in India's case, whether it was the freedom movement, or whether it was the movement in 1975 to save India's democracy from emergency, all of these movements were led and powered and driven by the force of the young people. So, the world, while on one side is getting increasingly older, the world is also very, very young today. Before all of us, there are a lot of challenges that collectively, as young people of the world, we need to address. Whether it is the challenges that emerging technologies like AI, emerging technologies like machine learning, emerging technologies like Web 3.0, the emerging challenges by the ubiquitous, omnipresent algorithms that are trying to control the way we think, which are controlling almost every aspect of our life and technology. What are going to be the jobs of the future? How are these technologies going to impact? Ideas like privacy, ideas like sovereignty, ideas which have like a contract between an individual and the state. How is technology going to impact all of these ideas and notions? This is a challenge that as young people we will have to address. The coming decades will also pose a very important challenge in the form of climate change. Whichever city we are in, whichever part of the world we are in, we are already facing the consequences of climate change. Especially a country as large as India, we have set ourselves a very ambitious target of achieving carbon net zero targets by 2070. Our investments in renewable energy, our investment in reducing our carbon footprint is only increasing by the day. But there is also a large part of the world which is not yet as developed as, say, the Western nations are. How do we address their developmental goals and aspirations while at the same time keeping sure that the world as a whole does not abuse the planet?
This is again a challenge that as young people and as young policy makers, we need to be addressing. Of course, whichever part of the world we are in, you may be in the Middle East, you may be in down under in the Australian continent, or we may be in Europe or in India. The threat of terrorism, the threat of religious extremism, or any other ideas which foment violence is also a common threat to the rest of the world. As young people, how do we make the world more peaceful? How do we make the world come together to build more things and destroy less things? How do we bring young people together to recognize that there is an inherent underlying human unity beyond all the apparent diversity and differences that exist amongst all of us? How do we facilitate and foster thinking on this line? It's also a challenge that the coming generation, our generation, will have to face as policymakers and as people at important decision-making levels. While all of these requires clear thinking, while all of these problems require strong political will to address, what all of these need is the young people of the world to recognize that we are one, we all have to come together to address all of these issues, because all of these issues affect every single individual all across the world. So in that hope for more prosperity for all, more equality for all, more inclusive development for all, and a more green and happy world for all, I once again thank the Y20 team for giving this opportunity to come amongst all of you and share my thoughts amongst all of you. I once again thank Anmol Sovit, our chairperson of Y20, for having ably led the team and his entire secretary, which has put in so much effort to make the Y20 event in India most democratic, most thoughtful and inclusive. All the very best. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Tejaswiji. The youth here were very keen to listen to you. The youth here were very keen to listen to you, and you are always an inspiration with the wide-ranging topics that you address every time. And they would have been elated for you to be here, to meet you here. I know you have a meeting to attend, so thank you so much once again, Tejaswiji, and a big round of applause once again. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Shri, the lecturing Y20 track chair for climate change disaster reduction, for interacting. And on behalf of our Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, I would like to thank Honorable Member of Parliament from Bengaluru South, Shri Jaiswal, for this live session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite on stage Abhishek Malhotra, Secretary, Partnerships and Finance, inviting the Secretary, Mr. Abhishek Malhotra.
Namaste. Before I introduce our esteemed guest for this session, I would like to briefly present the outreach activities of the Y20 Secretariat. When India got its presidency in December 2022, our Honorable Prime Minister talked about Jan Bhagidari in all these events. And since then, the Y20 Secretariat made it a mission to reach out to the entire youth of this country. And I am glad to share with you that in the last 8 cities, but we've taken chopals to the remotest villages in the country. We've done chopals at border districts of the country, we've done it on beaches, and we've taken it to the ghats of Ganga River. We've also done 500 model G20s, and the majority of these
model G20s have been conducted in schools in this country. And why it is important is because this has given a flavor of the G20 process to the school students who have never been included in this process. We've also done 15 consultation events, which have been done in different top universities of the countries, which has helped us get the inputs of scholars and the students of different universities, which have been used in different negotiation processes. We've also done Y20 study circles, and we've recently concluded a Y20 youth festival. I'm glad to share with you that doing all of these, we've involved more than 500,000 young minds into the Y20 process. And I can assure you that by the time we pass on this presidency to Brazil, the Y20 Secretariat will be completing more than 2,500 events in the country. I want to say that this has been possible because of the enthusiasm that all the youth across the country has shown us, and I can share with you that being the partnership secretary, I have received almost 10 to 15 proposals every day where people have been reaching out to us to do events in different parts of the country, and they've been doing a series of events all along. And it is also important to mention some of our outreach partners because of whom we've been able to reach this number. We've had Yuva Manthan that has done alone around 400 Y20 model Y20s in different schools. We've Think India, Ingenious, BOSI, and all other outreach partners because of whom it has been easy for us to do these outreach events. Moving on, it is important for me to mention the extreme role that has been played by our secretariat, due to which we could complete these events. The ministry had designated Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation as our secretariat, and I would like to briefly mention about SPMRF before I move on. SPMRF has emerged as a forum which facilitates the convergence of ideas, positions, and visions that aspire to strengthen and preserve the unity and integrity of our nation. Committed to the nationalist ideological vision and thoughts of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji, SPMRF strives to strengthen and to uphold issues and positions in tune with India's national interest. It aims to identify the multifarious challenges before the nation and the people, and attempts to bring about a greater awareness of these among a wider cross-section of our people. It aims to do this through analyzing, examining, and studying not only the present context of the challenges, but also their historical and civilizational backdrop. SPMRF provides a platform for experts, practitioners, academicians, and other opinion makers to come together and exchange ideas, evolve positions on a wide range of issues facing the nation, with the objective of educating a wider public opinion. In order to encourage the study and dissemination of the work and legacy of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, an educationist and a statesman, SPMRF has also undertaken research on his life and work by bringing out new facets which can inspire youth to dedicate themselves on national progress and for working to uphold and sustain the grand vision of One India and Great India. The Secretariat is led by Dr. Anirban Ganguly sir. Dr. Ganguly sir is the mentor to the Y20 Secretariat, and to the Y20 Secretariat, he has actually guided us all along through the crisis situations that we've been in the last 8 months, and with his calmness and patience, he has handled all of us. So it has been a pleasure to work with you, sir. I'll briefly introduce sir before I hand over the stage to you, sir. Dr. Anirban Ganguly sir is the chairman and trustee of SPMRF. He has extensively worked in the areas of public policy and political research. Since his taking over as director of SPMRF, the think tank has emerged among the top think tanks in India. SPMRF has meaningfully engaged in all the 5 themes that the Y20 Secretariat is working on. Dr. Ganguly is a scholar of civilization, history, especially the history of India's freedom movement, and in it, the early nationalist phase of politics and culture, and has written and continues to write on these subjects. He was a member of the Central Advisory Board of Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, member of the Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, and the member of the Governing Board of Auroville Foundation, member of the Vishwa Bharati Samsad, Shanti Niketan. He is also a member of the NMML Society, Ministry of Culture. Now, without wasting more time, I would request Dr. Anirban Ganguly, sir, to speak on India's template of good governance for human-centric development. I welcome you to the stage, sir.
The post-lunch sessions, whether in national or international conferences, are always a challenge. But nevertheless, I'm delighted to see many of you from across India and across the world who are holding out and holding on and sitting in this very impressive convention center to continue being physically part of the final summit of Y20. And this sound, this hall, the acoustics in this hall is so good that even someone speaking parallelly at the end of the auditorium is heard by the speaker standing here. So I think we should appreciate the get-up of this auditorium, which reflects the aspirations of 21st century India. Friends, I'm delighted to be here, and I'll not take much of your time because not being in the category of youth, I really do not have much to say here. We have heard one of the most dynamic and young parliamentarians of India speak before me in detail about the transformation that India is witnessing today. I'm extremely honored that the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, designated Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation as the Secretariat for Y20. And it is a heartfelt thanks from the entire Secretariat team that we convey to him. It is an opportunity. It has been an opportunity for us to engage with some of the best minds. It was an opportunity for us to work with one of the most dynamic team that represented the Y20. Swami Vivekananda, one of the immortal icons of youth, one of the greatest saints and sages of modern India, visited Varanasi 6 times in his lifetime. And the last few months of his life was spent in Varanasi. So I'm sure you realize that this, one of the most ancient cities of India, a city full of history, full of tradition, a city which is in the throes of modernity and with modern aspirations. And therefore, I think this is a very unique city to have been selected for the final Y20 summit, and especially so because it is the constituency of the Prime Minister of India, from where he is an elected member of Parliament. As I spoke to you, or as I stand before you, these are some of the thoughts that come to mind. There has perhaps not been a single leader in the history of India, political as well as spiritual, social as well as entrepreneurial, youth as well as senior, who has not visited Varanasi and has not been impressed by this city at least once in her or his lifetime. And therefore, it's very symbolic that we have gathered here today. The world has converged in Varanasi. And if you close your eyes for a while and look back, and look within and beyond, just to think that this is the oldest populated city in the world is itself a very fascinating thought. I'm sure since morning you have been welcomed, so I welcome you once again to this civilizational city of Varanasi. In 2013, India was named in the infamous list of fragile 5 economies by Morgan Stanley that indicated the systemic risks emerging economies faced owing to their disproportionately high level of dependence on foreign investments to sustain growth. In the last decade, India has been elevated from the list of fragile 5 to major 5 economies of the world, with now India being the 5th largest economy of the world with a GDP of $3.75 trillion and is poised to become a $4 trillion economy by early next year. Friends, you are visiting India, and many of you who are of India are living through very interesting times. These times are challenging, these times are aspirational, and these are also times when India is graduating to the next level of being a major and a responsible power. As per Morgan Stanley, this India is different from what it was in 2013. In a short span of 10 years, and this is not India saying, this is the world saying, India has gained positions in the world order with significant positive consequences for the macro and market outlook. India has transformed in less than a decade. Yet, it is not just that. The real accomplishment of India under the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is that India achieved this feat along with breaching a record milestone of $770 billion of exports and a robust foreign exchange reserve of nearly $600 billion. This at a time when the world is faced with some of its major crises post-World War II. Friends, I want to remind you here that one of the most successful challenges, one of the challenges that India most successfully addressed, a challenge with which the world grappled, was its management of the pandemic. And economic resilience was achieved while India was racked apart by the pandemic. From administering more than 200 crore dosages of made-in-India vaccines to over 1 billion people, entirely free of cost, and providing free additional rations to more than 800 million people throughout the phase of the pandemic, India made sure that no Indian would be deprived of either life-saving vaccines or basic food items. You may be aware that the pandemic which struck the world a century ago saw a major portion of deaths because of starvation. That was majorly avoided in this once-in-a-century pandemic, and India had a major contribution to make towards it. India exemplified the perfect template of public-private partnership wherein India's private sector made vaccines were being administered to the entire eligible population, completely financed by the government of India. Friends, I am mentioning these things for only one reason. As we discuss the future of the world, and Swami Vivekananda, the great philosopher, was one of the earliest proponents of one world, one family, and one future. And it was in Varanasi that he repeatedly gave that call. And you may know that, and many of you, I saw the footages, many of you have visited Sarnath yesterday. It was at the age of 35 that Buddha gave his first sermon at Sarnath, and the core of that sermon also was world oneness, humanness, and compassion. I'm saying this is because this can emerge as a template. This can emerge as a template for the world. These models, handling of challenges and of crisis, which Prime Minister of India has repeatedly said should be in future handled collectively and globally, can be better handled if there are templates and if there are models. And India in the last decade has come up with various models, and all the verticals of Y20 reflect various of those models, be it the future of work, be it health and well-being, be it conflict resolution and peace building, and be it the participation of youth in democracy and policy making. India has come up with a number of templates, and our Y20 track chairs, a very accomplished team which is sitting here, has extensively worked on formulating and articulating those templates for a global narrative. And therefore, and it's very interesting, I'm sure you may be aware, that there is a democratic resurgence in India, while there is a democratic recession and challenge in many countries across the world. I do not make this statement politically. I make this statement from the point of view of participation in the democratic process. In India, we see a resurgence. We see a greater interest amongst youth. And I think that itself is a model, is an example before the world. And you know that if you look at India's handling of this once-in-a-century challenge, this itself has received global accolade. 95 countries across the world were benefited by India-made vaccines. And there were no strings attached. It was an approach which was driven by humanness and compassion. Swami Vivekananda very famously said, one of his utterances was, Atmano mokshartha jagato hitaya cha. In Sanskrit, he uttered this in Sanskrit. In English, it means for personal salvation and for the good of the world. Any template that has been evolved, template of governance, template of crisis management, template of developing future frameworks of collective global living. In all of these, India has been driven by the philosophy of world good and compassion. I think that is one of the essential core philosophies upholding the entire Y20 exercise. Friends, as I said, that we are living through very interesting times in India. And I'll take you through a very short listing. Tejasvi has referred to some of them. But to understand how a civilizational nation, which is as ancient as India, which has had challenges of various sorts, internal challenges, societal challenges, and how that nation, aspiring towards the 21st century, is transforming itself from the grassroots upward, is a very fascinating journey. And as you go around India, as you look closely at India, and as some of our Y20 delegates who are representatives, ambassadors of India, led by the chair Y20, also articulated before the world, you can clearly see, you can clearly feel, if you go around this country today, that there is a fundamental transformation for the good happening. Ease of living, ease of working is visible across this country. If I were to give you a few figures, on this transformation and this societal transformation this transformation of mindset that is taking place in India, the scale of thinking which has been exponentially enhanced, it is mind-boggling for many. For example, if you look at it in this way, I mean, if you make a comparative analysis of the populations of various countries and the population of India that is getting benefited, that itself hits you. If you look at the medical insurance provision that has been put together, envisioned by Prime Minister Modi, it has made a difference to 500 million people in India, people who had no access to medical insurance in the past. आप थोड़ा अगर थोड़ा कम बोलेंगे तो मैं बोल पाऊंगा. आप इतना बढ़िया ये हॉल है कि आप वहां बोल रहे हैं तो मुझे एको सुनाई दे रहा है. तो उसके लिए ही हम लोग थोड़ा ताली बजा सकते हैं इस हॉल के लिए. इतना बढ़िया इकोसिस्टम है इसका. धन्यवाद. I was just telling them to appreciate the acoustic systems of this hall, for those who were wondering why I started clapping. India's 490 million accounts. Ever since India became a republic, and even before that when we were a colonized country, and even after that for the last 7 decades, there was no concept of financial inclusion. If I were to take just one example of banking the unbanked, including financially those who were excluded for 7 decades since independence. Independence is not only political, it has to be economic, it has to be social, it has to be an independence of more opportunities. 490 million people since 2015 have got their bank accounts with a cumulative fund of $25 billion. I mean, I can go on and on with these schemes. For young entrepreneurs, $5 billion was sanctioned to 1.8 lakh accounts. And it has enhanced the life of 400 million people by facilitating ease of living and public health. More than 60 million jobs have been created through the digital economy. And unprecedented efforts for us, which is something which is very relevant, India's call for the International Year of the Millet. In order to ensure that we can collectively ensure global food security in the world, and India has emerged one of the main actors of the global food supply chain. I want to remind you, we were a country which used to be repeatedly assaulted by famines. From there, we are now a confident country which is speaking about global food security. Friends, I wanted to just share these thoughts with you because, as I said, over the next 2 days, till 20th August, and you have had the benefit of listening to some of the best minds, you'll keep listening and also discussing, you'll be finally coming out with a document. I think we need to come to this understanding that there are practices of governance, there are best practices of governance which needs to be shared. When we talk about a collective future, when we talk about collectively addressing challenges, we need to also come together and share. This is one of the earliest calls that Prime Minister Modi had made. He has said, knowledge sharing. Let us not be isolated and cloistered into clubs, into exclusive clubs, where we do not allow entry. The only possibility of survival in future is to be one earth and one family. I want to end with Prime Minister Modi's call for focusing on the global south. I think it's a historic call. And for the first time, there is a focus on the need to include the global south in all major global decision making. And I just want to reiterate what he said. in January when India hosted the first ever summit of the Global South, where he said, very interestingly, he used the word to re-energize the world. To re-energize the world, we should together call for a global agenda. And what is that global agenda? Respond, recognize, respect, and reform. I think the entire Y20 template, if you look at all the verticals, if you look at the hundreds of discussions that we have had, literally from Nariman Point to Nagaland and from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, more than 1,000 programs. Am I right? Am I right? More than 1,000 programs. The chair, Y20 chair, is nodding in agreement. The basis of these programs, the ideational basis of these programs was exactly this. Can we evolve a framework? Can we evolve a narrative? Can we evolve a praxis which is based on respond, recognize, respect, and reform? Respond to the priorities of the Global South. This is what Prime Minister says, that a large section of the world cannot be left out or cannot be left behind in our march towards greater modernity and progress. And how do we respond? By framing an inclusive and balanced international agenda. I think there can be no second opinion. There can be no objection or opposition to this appeal. The agenda has to be inclusive. The agenda has to be balanced. Recognize that the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. You can't have a one-size-fits-all model. It has to be a model which is evolving. It has to be a model which is responsive to local necessities. It has to be a model which is tempered to the requirements of various regions and various countries. Respect sovereignty of all nations, rule of law, and peaceful resolutions of differences and disputes. This is an axiomatic truth. Reform international institutions, including other multilateral agencies, because if they are international institutions, they must have space for all. All must be heard in their corridors. It can't be a selective hearing. It can't be a selective entry. So thank you so much, friends. I wish you all the best. It has been a very inspiring and it has been a very interesting 8 to 9 months that the entire secretariat, the entire delegate team, we have worked together. And I think this is an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. India is poised to work towards the greater global good. She has her civilizational, philosophical, and spiritual message. She has her practical examples and templates of successful governance models. India is offering these to the world, and India is offering these to the world not with strings attached, not with a spirit of barter, but with a spirit of responsibility, of compassion, of goodness, and of camaraderie. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. I hope we come out with some very interesting deliberations in the coming days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, respected Shri Anil Gangluji, Mentor Y20 India, Chairperson Shama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation, for your address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a tea break. And on the other side of the tea break, there will be a discussion on 5 themes of Y20. And for this Y20 draft communique, we request only G20 delegates to kindly join in the respective conference rooms. For now, thank you so much for joining in. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी।
Y20 is a brilliant way to amplify the voices of young people. The world will be listening to you very carefully. You have a seat at the table and you are being heard. I firmly